good morning, or maybe early morning in Norway. Thank you for joining in this video conference. Bapak Ibu sekalian, terima kasih atas kehadirannya, para narasumber dan juga para undangan yang hadir pada video conference ini. Di kesempatan ini telah hadir narasumber dari berbagai lembaga penelitian, dari LIPI, kemudian dari Balitbang KKP, kemudian dari Institut Teknologi Bandung, dari Universitas Pajajaran, Universitas Udayana, Universitas Indonesia, Institut Teknologi 10 November, Institut Pertanian Bogor, Universitas Samratulangi, Universitas Mulawarman, Universitas Raja Alai Haji, Universitas Patumura, Universitas Tadulako, Universitas Penugoro, Universitas Papua, dan Universitas Gorontalo. Pertemuan ini dari narasumber yang hadir sangat kental bahwa kita akan berbicara dari sisi sains terkait dengan marine litter, Bapak sekalian. Untuk mengantar pembuka acara pada siang hari ini, kami undang Bapak M.R. Kaliansa, Direktur Jenderal Pengendalian Pencemaran dan Kerusakan Lingkungan Kementerian Luhur dan Kehutanan untuk menyampaikan pembukaan. Nanti kita lanjutkan dengan sesi paparan dan juga dari narasumber dan juga paparan pembukaan. Kami persilakan Pak Dirjen untuk menyampaikan pembukaan. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Direktur. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Pak Direktur yang saya hormati, Bapak Ibu, para peneliti, guru besar dari 14 perguruan tinggi terkenal di Indonesia, kemudian ada Prof. Zainal Arifin tadi saya lihat, dari LIPI, teman dari Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan, Pak Widodo, kemudian Dr. Rojon from Norwegian Institute for Water Research. Kemudian hadir sekalian yang saya muliakan. Pertama izinkan saya untuk mengajak kita semua bersyukur karena Allah SWT kita telah diberikan kesempatan untuk bisa hadir dalam webinar Marine Plastic Litter Forum with Science pada siang hari ini. Yang kedua tentu atas Kementerian izinkan saya menyampaikan terima kasih atas dukungan kerjasama, perhatian Bapak Ibu khususnya pada kesempatan webinar siang hari ini. Bapak Ibu hadirin saya muliakan, izinkan saya untuk menyampaikan beberapa hal terkait dengan marine litter ini. Jadi dalam Peraturan Presiden Republik Indonesia nomor 18 tahun 2020 tentang Rencana Pembangunan Jangka Menengah Nasional 2020-2024 itu ada kewajiban untuk memasukkan indeks kualitas air laut ke dalam bagian dari indeks kualitas lingkungan hidup Indonesia. Jadi sebagaimana Bapak Ibu ketahui, selama ini kami menyampaikan data indeks kualitas hidup Indonesia itu berdasarkan 3 unsur utama, yaitu indeks kualitas udara, indeks kualitas air, dan indeks ketutupan lahan. Mulai tahun 2020, ditambah 1 indeks, yaitu indeks kualitas air laut. Next. Nah, di dalam RPJMN itu sudah dipatok bahwa pada tahun 2004, indeks kualitas air laut ini harus bisa mencapai minimal angka 60,5. Kalau kita lihat di tahun 2019, ini kita berada pada posisi angka 58 begitu. Oleh karena itu tentu dibutuhkan berbagai kebijakan dan intervensi program dalam rangka bisa mencapai angka 60,5 ini. Nah kemudian, kalau kita lihat dari kondisi saat ini, khususnya kualitas air laut, maka dalam tayangan Bapak Ibu bisa melihat yang warna biru itu adalah tadi kondisi saat ini 58. Nah kemudian kita lihat di situ ada beberapa wilayah yang masih berada di bawahnya, yaitu Lampung, kemudian Banten, kemudian Jakarta, dan sebagian dari Jawa Tengah. Nah, sementara yang lain alhamdulillah masih kita berbahagia berada di atas angka 58 yang kita miliki saat ini. Next. Nah, sekali lagi Bapak Ibu tentu dalam kaitan dengan pemenuhan indeks kualitas air laut ini, kita melihat upaya-upaya untuk menahan sumber emisi, effluent. Jadi kita harapkan kita bisa melaksanakan pengendalian pencemaran minimal di 160 pelabuhan tahun 2004. Jadi saat ini juga Bapak Ibu kita selalu mengawasi kegiatan pembangkit listrik tenaga uap yang berada di pesisir pantai, di samping pelabuhan juga ada beberapa, tetapi target kita tahun 2024 itu adalah 165 pelabuhan. Kemudian yang kedua ialah pemantauan kualitas air laut di 34 provinsi, kemudian pemantauan sampah laut itu di 300 lokasi, harapannya di tahun 2024. Kemudian penanggulangan pencemaran tumpahan minyak dan kejadian pencemaran kerusakan pesisir laut itu 2 lokasi per tahun target kita, dan yang tidak kalah pentingnya adalah pemulihan di kawasan pesisir dan laut dengan target 33 lokasi di tahun 2024. Next. Kami juga secara periodik sudah melakukan upaya pemantauan sampah laut ini sejak tahun 2017 di 18 lokasi kabupaten kota, kemudian 2018 dan 2019 itu di 22 kota, dilengkapi juga dengan pelatihan selama 2 hari, kemudian juga beberapa pelatihan lainnya. Nah, kita berharap ini terus kita lakukan sehingga kita memiliki data dasar yang akurat, yang jelas. Next, dalam tayangan Bapak Ibu bisa melihat ini hasilnya. Dari segi komposisi misalnya, plastik itu menduduki peringkat pertama 36%, kemudian kayu 20%, kemudian fiber itu 13% dan lainnya. Kemudian kalau kita lihat density-nya, jadi artinya samping kita ambil, itu plastik tetap mendominasi di urutan pertama, kemudian gelas, kemudian keramik itu di urutan kedua, kemudian yang lain itu sekitar 14% gitu. Nah, berikutnya Bapak Ibu bisa lihat kondisi tantangan yang kita harus hadapi gitu ya. Ini kita harus mampu sebenarnya dari data yang tadi saya sampaikan itu kan fluktuatif. Tentu kita berharap kita mampu untuk menelusuri gitu sumber asal muasal dari sampah plastik ini. Oleh karena itu mungkin modeling untuk penelusuran itu menjadi sangat menentukan, sangat penting ke depan begitu. Nah, next. Ini Bapak Ibu, jadi di lapangan kita tentu pernah mencermati hasil penelitian teman-teman di Unhas yang menemukan plastik juga di beberapa jenis ikan, dan pada layar sebelah kanan Bapak Ibu bisa lihat beginilah kondisi real di lapangan, sampah yang menumpuk di beberapa lokasi di pantai begitu ya. Next. Ini juga terlihat itu botol-botol plastik. Nah, beberapa upaya sudah kami lakukan Bapak Ibu. Jadi kalau Bapak Ibu lihat yang sebelah kanan itu di Labuan Bajo, dari yang tadi penuh dengan sampah atau plastik itu kita coba untuk pelan-pelan bersihkan. Kita upayakan untuk bisa dikendalikan, tidak hanya di Labuan Bajo, tapi di beberapa lokasi. Dan next, untuk itu tidak henti-hentinya kami secara reguler melakukan upaya untuk bersih-bersih pantai. Jadi selama 2015-2019 sudah beberapa lokasi kita lakukan, dan hasilnya tadi saya sampaikan kita menemukan baik dari segi jumlah, komposisi maupun densitasnya. Jadi di dalam tayangan Bapak Ibu bisa melihat beberapa kegiatan kami lakukan dengan jumlah peserta dan temuannya berapa kilogram dari setiap kegiatan itu begitu. Nah, oleh karena itu tentu sekali lagi next kita akan terus berupaya agar kerangka regulasi itu tetap bisa kita perbaiki. Jadi misalnya norma, standar, pedoman, kriteria terus kita kembangkan dalam rangka mendukung upaya-upaya untuk perbaikan ini. Begitu juga dari segi kelembagaan, ini kita sangat berharap adanya kerjasama yang solid gitu ya dari berbagai pihak, bisa dari pemerintah maupun swasta, apalagi kelompok-kelompok masyarakat penyinta misalnya sudah ditemukan. Banyak juga teman-teman dari remaja penyinta alam, divers, para divers itu. Kemudian itu yang tidak kalah penting adalah kerangka pendanaan. Nah, di sini tentu sekali lagi kami di pemerintah pusat selama ini juga dengan Kementerian Kelautan tentu kita upayakan untuk tetap terus meningkat gitu ya upaya wajib pendanaan ini, penelitian ini, tetapi juga kita berharap dari sektor swasta dan daerah juga ini hal yang sama dilakukan. Yang terakhir adalah terkait dengan kerangka evaluasi. Ini juga kita berharap ada tentunya partisipasi yang meningkat dalam kaitan dengan upaya kita untuk memberikan balik lagi data yang transparan dan bisa kita pertanggungjawabkan. Oleh karena itu terakhir Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, tentu kita berharap melalui forum ini, webinar ini, kumpulan para pakar, ini kita bisa menemukan, mengidentifikasi status ya, tingkat dan kecenderungan pencemaran dan dampak sampah laut tadi. Kemudian tentu dengan berbasis sains, kita terus bisa mengembangkan, memberikan solusi, mitigasi penanganan sampah laut secara yang lebih komprehensif. Dan yang tidak kalah pentingnya tentu kita berharap ada peningkatan inovasi dalam kaitan dengan penelitian sampah laut berorientasi sekali lagi pada kerjasama, kolaborasi, dan tentu tumbuh harapan kita penelitian yang terkait dengan isu emerging pollutant ya seperti microplastic dan lainnya. Jadi mungkin itu Bapak Ibu beberapa hal penting yang kami ingin titipkan dengan harapan sekali lagi pertemuan para pakar ini, para ahlinya ini bisa memberikan masukan solusi yang bisa kita kembangkan untuk seluruh keperluan Republik ini. Demikian Bapak Ibu, selamat berdiskusi. Dengan izin Bapak Ibu semua dengan ucapan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, maka webinar ini secara resmi dinyatakan dibuka. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Pak Dirjen sudah mengantarkan kita sebelum memulai nanti dengan pembahasan mengenai Marine Plastic Litter Forum with Science. Tentunya ini menjadi pertemuan yang sangat berharga karena menghadirkan pembicara dari berbagai perguruan tinggi ternama di Indonesia, dan juga narasumber kita juga ada dari Norwegia Research for Water Research yang juga bergabung pada kesempatan kali ini. Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami informasikan bahwa agenda siang hari ini diselenggarakan atas kerjasama Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan dan dengan Regional Capacity Center for CSEAS dan Center for Southeast Asian Studies melalui program ASEANO. Pada kesempatan pertama ini kami ingin menyampaikan gambaran awal mengenai Regional Capacity Center for CSEAS sebelum nanti kita undang dari program ASIANO Dr. Thorn Larsen untuk menyampaikan mengenai program ASIANO dalam rangka kegiatan Center for Southeast Asian Studies. A brief information about Capacity Center for CSEAS. Next. Jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian, Regional Capacity Center for CSEAS ini merupakan komitmen Indonesia untuk terus mengupayakan bagaimana melindungi lingkungan laut dari pencemaran dan kegiatan berbasis daratan. Jadi sebagaimana diketahui dalam report Intergovernmental Review Meeting di Bali last year, November 2015, sudah menghasilkan Bali Declaration on the Protection of Marine Environment from Land-Based Activities. Kemudian Indonesia bersama negara-negara lain juga termasuk dengan Norway dan juga negara-negara anggota UN Environment Program sudah mengawal resolusi mengenai protection on marine environment pada UNEP ke-4 dan sudah berhasil menjadi resolusi. Ini menambah kekuatan kita bagi Indonesia untuk terus mengawal Bali Declaration dan dunia ini melalui Regional Capacity Center for CSEAS. Berikutnya. Ada 3 utama yang menjadi kegiatan dari Regional Capacity Center for CSEAS adalah pertama bagaimana mengembangkan knowledge management, CSEAS knowledge management. Ini menjadi sangat penting. Kemudian juga mengenai CSEAS solution model, berbagai model yang telah disampaikan. Kemudian juga mengenai CSEAS capacity building. Ini 3 area utama dari Regional Capacity Center for CSEAS. Berikutnya. Next. Nah, Kemudian untuk setiap CSEAS Knowledge Management, kita menyelenggarakan secara regularly CSEAS Forum, termasuk forum kita pada hari ini, yaitu forum untuk scientific. Gitu kan. Ada juga kita forum with local government, forum with private sector. Kemudian ada CSEAS Knowledge Platform. Kemudian terkait dengan CSEAS Capacity Building and Awareness, kita melaksanakan kegiatan capacity building dan juga mengenai public awareness promotion. Kemudian terakhir adalah CSEAS Solution Model. Bagaimana kita strengthening any solution model in an area, any stakeholder di Indonesia untuk diperkuat dan disebarkan ke berbagai pihak. Next. Fokus dari Regional Capacity Center ada 4 area. Pertama adalah mengenai marine litter yang sesuai dengan topik kita pada hari ini. Yang kedua adalah mengenai increase atau excess nutrien. Dan yang ketiga mengenai wastewater. Dan yang terakhir adalah isu-isu terkait dengan emerging pollutant, termasuk di dalamnya isu-isu terkait dengan microplastic dan hal-hal lain yang terkait dengan dampak dari pollution terhadap kesehatan. Ini 4 fokus kita. Next. Nah, kegiatan terkait dengan marine litter, Bapak Ibu sekalian, kita mengembangkan adalah CSEAS Forum. Jadi sudah ada event dengan perguruan tinggi, dengan saintifik, ini sudah pernah kita lakukan tahun lalu, dan ini hari ini kita lakukan lagi. Kemudian juga kita punya forum dengan private sector, juga forum dengan local government. Kemudian juga kita membuat terkait dengan knowledge management product. Next. Untuk knowledge management kita mempunyai website dan juga platform yang sedang kita develop terus sehingga bisa menjadikan center dari knowledge terkait dengan marine litter, nutrien, dan wastewater dan merupakan land-based activities. Next. Terkait dengan awareness, kita sudah menyelenggarakan training dan workshop. Last year, we conduct a training with United Nations, training of trainer on monitoring and assessment on marine plastic. Ini juga Pak Gede dari Udayana pun ikut terlibat di dalam training ini. Kemudian juga ada workshop di berbagai daerah di Indonesia dan juga regional workshop mengenai data information mengenai marine ecosystem dengan PEMSEA. Kemudian aktivitas di lapangan terkait dengan beach clean up untuk awareness dengan milenial dan juga stakeholder lainnya yang bisa bergabung bersama di dalam land-based pollution control. Next. Kemudian juga awareness terkait dengan capacity building tadi kita juga melakukan di berbagai kegiatan di estuary dan juga terkait dengan integrated coastal management. Next. Mengenai solution model, kita juga bekerja sama dengan private sector dan juga dengan perguruan tinggi bagaimana mendevelop model untuk mengendalikan land-based pollution terkait dengan protection marine environment. Next. Ya. Oke. Ini terakhir Bapak Ibu sekalian juga kita mempunyai model untuk bagaimana to control plastik di berbagai di aliran river, sungai. Kita sudah mengembangkan boleh platform ini terakhir yang kita develop di Labuan Bajo. Next. Nah, ini adalah stepwise approach untuk collaboration. Jadi dalam tahap pertama kita berkolaborasi dengan government, community, business, akademisi, dan media pada tingkat regional, kemudian sampai kepada global cooperation. Demikian Bapak Ibu sekalian sekilas mengenai Regional Capacity Center, dan kita berbahagia pada hari ini bisa bersama-sama dengan Center for Southeast Asian Study dengan program ASIANO-nya menyelenggarakan Maritime Kita. Untuk tadinya saya undang, we invite Dr. Tom Larsen from Research Director of Norwegian Institute for Water Research for explanation about ASIANO program. This time for you, Mr. Larsen.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for arranging this important webinar. Very glad to be here. Let me introduce a little bit about why the Norwegian Institute for Water Research and Norway is involved in this cooperation. If we move to the first slide, please. No, I cannot share my own slide. Okay, while finding out of this, let me just start to say a few words about the Norwegian Institute for Water Research. We are a national institute the leading national institute in Norway on water-related issues. We are a private non-profit foundation with now more than 300 employees, highly international, with employees for currently from 34 countries and about 80% scientific staff. We do, as our institute name says, research, also advisory services, innovation, and we do a lot of the national Norwegian environmental monitoring. A special aspect of our institute is that we work with all types of water, including rivers, lakes, coastal waters, oceans, and urban waters. So we very much take a holistic perspective to water-related challenges with multi and interdisciplinary approaches. And we have a broad and increasing portfolio on international research and capacity building projects. Next one, please. Just to briefly mention our expertise in aspects related to plastics pollution. We have, over the last 7-8 years, developed to become a major hub for plastic pollution research internationally. We have carried out or ongoing more than 60 projects, small and large. More than 30 staff researchers are now working on lots of different aspects of plastic-related issues. And I have a long list here of the different aspects of plastic pollution research that we conduct, from source appointment, environmental monitoring and modeling tools, from source to fate, to environmental impacts, ecotoxicology, societal impacts, governance issues, mitigation issues, capacity building. In our international projects, we have an increasing focus also on the importance of the informal sector in waste-related issues. And we also work increasingly with industry, for instance, on degradation tests for the industry developing new and alternative products. We work with water treatment technologies, and we also produce standard reference materials for microplastic analysis. Next one, please. I think you all have seen all these pictures many times before. There's no need in this forum to explain the background. Marine litter, microplastics, and plastic pollution is certainly a global challenge. We find fragments of plastic literally everywhere in the world, in all types of waters, everywhere in the oceans, and so on. So if we move to the next slide. Next slide, please. We'll highlight the regional commitment and the high activity in Southeast Asia. And since our project, that I will talk a bit about soon, ASEANO, is a collaboration with ASEAN and ASEAN countries. I highlight here on this slide the commitment from the ASEAN and the countries in the ASEAN region. Next one, please. Next slide. A few words about the ASEANO project. It is funded by the Norwegian government. So it's an official collaboration project between ASEAN and Norway. My institute, NIVA, is the lead institute, with the CSEAS being the implementing leading partner in the ASEAN countries. And we also have PEMC as a partner. They are leading our country-specific activities in the Philippines, while CSEAS are coordinating all the activities in the ASEAN countries, in addition to leading the activities in Indonesia. Next slide, please. This busy page summarizes the entire project with the global goals, impact, outcomes, and outputs. The global goals very much focus on the global large-scale governance and policy direction given by the United Nations from the 37 meeting, the SDG 14.1, and also the ASEAN Bangkok Declaration on encouraging an integrated land-to-sea approach to prevent and reduce marine debris. The project's impact level goal is to improve capacity to tackle plastic pollution from key sources within the ASEAN region. And under that impact goal, we have 4 outcomes. One is reduction measures for key industry sectors. So in this outcome, we focus very much on cooperation with small and medium-sized enterprises in selected sectors, as we realize that activities in these industries are extremely important for the marine litter challenge. We want to develop and promote best available technologies, and I think more importantly, best environmental practices in different sectors, to develop sectorial roadmaps for selected major key sectors that can mitigate plastic releases, and doing this by doing pilots with selected enterprises or selected industry sectors in selected catchments. The second outcome is focusing on monitoring methods and capacity building related to monitoring methods. Here we very much start with the fact that there is still internationally not any standard package of monitoring methods. So it's a big need internationally for establishing a set of standard methods. We are focusing very much on building strengthening capacity locally so that monitoring can be carried out locally with comparable methods. So hence the method establishment, both for quantification of waste items and quantification of fluxes is very important. The next one is focusing on the impacts of plastic pollution and measures. So this is impacts on the environment, but in this project, more importantly, impact on the society or parts of the society. So here we will assess how measures taken to reduce the plastic pollution problem will have implications on different parts of the society, including local community and local businesses. We will also establish or refine an catchment-based model tool that we already have that can quantify releases, transport, and fate, and be used to evaluate scenarios or the impact of different scenarios. And finally, the final and fourth outcome is focusing on education and dissemination. Here we very much focus on involving local governments, the local enterprises and other stakeholders in the project activities, so that the cooperation with these different stakeholders is extremely important. And then, of course, to disseminate activities from pilot catchments that we work with, and also have a focus on dissemination between enterprises or industry sectors that we cooperate with. Next slide, please. A few words about the approach. We very much take a catchment approach. I think it has already been mentioned several times, the importance of solving the pollution generating activities on land and in the catchments in order to save the marine plastic pollution challenge. We work in catchments. We will work with local case studies and pilot sites, and in Indonesia, it will be the Citarum catchment that will be the pilot catchment. So we will work there both in the Bandung area upstream and also in the downstream coastal area. In the Philippines, we have started pilot work in Cavite outside Manila. And we also have a plan to have a local pilot site in Vietnam that has been delayed, unfortunately, due to the COVID-19 situation. Possibly also pre-pilot cases in more countries, but for the moment we focus very much on Indonesia and Philippines, where we already have established networks and so on. And then, since this is a cooperation with ASEAN, it's very important with transfer of knowledge from case studies in the selected countries to other places across ASEAN. Next slide, please. Next, a few words about how we will work. As I've already mentioned, close cooperation with local partners and stakeholders are extremely important. That includes research institutes and universities. It includes multilateral organizations, government at different level, and business and industry. It's very important to also to mention that we don't believe that we can come with any quick fix solution. Of course not. These are complex problems and can only be solved in cooperation. We believe, however, that we have some experience from all the projects we have carried out. We have developed quite a bit of expertise in our institution that we believe can contribute to solving the challenge also in Southeast Asia and Indonesia. But I have to say again, very much in cooperation with local stakeholders, and every one of you participating in this webinar is here extremely important. Next one, please. Is just thank you very much for being here and listening to my presentation, and I'm very much looking forward to the discussions. Thank you very much.
You.
Thank you. Thank you, Tojon.
Abil.
Yeah, now we can move to the next agenda.
No, Pak Dida.
Oh, Pak Dida still.
Yeah, can you unmute?
Yeah. Pak Dida.
Explanation. Yeah, Pak Arisman.
Ya, silakan Pak Dida.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Larsen, for your explanation. The program is in line with our commitment to combat marine litter. We hope the program running well, particularly with the situation of pandemic COVID-19 this time. And we hope the program successfully, and for this activity, I think we push to collaborate with this city. Also, in this meeting, I see join Mr. Makarim, Ambassador Makarim Wibisono. Welcome, Pak Makarim Wibisono. Thanks for joining this meeting, Pak Makarim.
Yang Pak Makarim.
Also, Pak Arif Yono. Thank you for joining in this meeting, Pak Arif Yono.
Selamat siang, Pak Arif.
Bapak Ibu sekalian, for the next agenda, I would like to invite Pak Heru Waluyo dan juga Pak Arisman for facilitation this video conference. Mudah-mudahan kita bisa mengatur waktu dengan baik, Bapak Ibu sekalian, karena di Papua sudah 2 jam lebih. Waktu Indonesia Timur sekarang sudah pukul 3 lebih gitu kan, dan juga di Timura. Mudah-mudahan tidak mengurangi rasa hormat kami Bapak Ibu sekalian dengan perbedaan waktu ini, karena ini cukup banyak narasumber yang sangat berharga. Kami undang Pak Arisman dan Pak Heru Waluyo untuk memimpin memoderasi video conference ini. Silakan Pak. Thank you very much.
Thank you Pak Dida. I would like to express my high appreciation to DG Karyansa and Pak Dida, of course, as Director of Marine Pollution. We are very happy to get full support from Pak Dida and his team. Actually, this is very important meeting because mentioned early by the DG, around 14, we call it well-known university in Indonesia. The discussion will be divided by 2 sessions. The first session will be led by Mr. Heru from RC3S. And then the second session will be led by Dr. Olsen from NIVA, from Norway Institute of Water Research. I just want to highlight several points before we start. I understand that all the experts from Indonesia, but we also invite ASEAN Secretariat and Norway Embassy in Jakarta, and as well as NIVA. So yeah, we hope all the conducting in English, but of course, if you more flexible, if you can do it bilingual, like mentioned by Pak Dida. Next slide, please, Mr. Nabil. Yeah, this is just to make sure our agenda, like Pak Dida mentioned, on schedule, on time, because we hope that all the experts in the first round can limited the time, 5 minutes presentation. We already make a template. And of course, after the break, we can continue the discussion. We have another 2 hours. Hope we finish on time. And the instruction already also shared by the committee. So you can ask question by raise hand by the button in the Zoom. Okay, next, Nabil, another information. Oh yeah, this is the template for the first round. So all the experts just introduce yourself, field of science, what is ongoing project related with your institute, and also what is your opinion about the main scientific knowledge gap to reduce marine plastic pollution. So I hope this is a very productive discussion. Our center with NIVA is an implementation agency in this project. So we hope we can collaborate with you. Now we are discussion with ITB and LIPI. Of course, we invite also other stakeholders like mentioned by Dr. Tojon. So we are happy to collaborate with all of you. I would like to give this opportunity after this to Pak Heru. But oh yeah, I forget one more about the second session. We already draft 6 questions as a guide for discussion. So to make this discussion more structured and I mean more meaningful. So I don't want to spare more time for this. Let's give a applause or give a time for Pak Heru to moderate the session. Pak Heru, please, the time is yours. Pak Heru, yeah, please, Pak. Pak Nabil, Pak Heru di unmute. Mas Nabil.
Ya, bentar, Pak.
Pak Heru bisa?
Sudah dicoba untuk unmute, tapi
Pak Herunya masih
Pak Herunya, ya.
Ya Pak, silakan Pak. Silakan Pak.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Arisman, Bapak Ibu sekalian yang saya hormati, from Indonesian side and also from Norwegian. So I would like to welcome you in the forum Marine Plastic Litter with Science. So as mentioned by Pak Arisman, that today we have 19 presenter. So it's quite a lot, and the time is limited. So as mentioned by Pak Arisman, that all presentation will be in 5 minutes. So I hope that you can manage the time. And also the order to present, as I received from Pak Arisman, from the beginning is Pak Agung Damar Sakti, yeah, and then Pak Aryo, and then Bu Devi, and then Prof. Domingus, and then Ibu Dwi Sulistiawati, and Ibu Feni, Ibu Fitriah, and then Ibu Kitarina, kemudian Dr. Hidayat, kemudian Pak Gede, kemudian Pak Widyarsana, kemudian Pak Ibnu Faisal, kemudian Prof. Markus, ya, kemudian Pak Muhammad Khairul, kemudian Pak Munasik, kemudian Pak Sumengen, dan juga Prof. Widi Agus Pratikto, kemudian Mas Dr. Widodo, kemudian terakhir adalah Prof. Zainal. Ya. Jadi 19 orang ini kita coba manage setiap presentasi 5 minutes. And after that, we will have another 10 minutes for discussion. Yeah. But in case there is still some more issue to be discussed, so we'll be going to the next second session. So Pak Agung Dharma Sakti, you have already here? Pak Agung?
I'm here.
Okay, Pak Agung. This time is yours. 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for Pak Hari. And can I share my PowerPoint or maybe from the organizing committee? Because host disabled to share.
Sorry, Pak Agung.
Yeah.
You present the template one slide. Maybe in the second session you can share your PowerPoint.
Okay, actually, I see. Okay.
Sorry.
Well, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Yes, I am Agung Dharma Sakti from Raja Al Haji Maritime University, and my field expertise is in marine pollution and bioremediation. And today, in our university, that we can call literally Umrah, the ongoing plastic-related research topic we conduct today is related to the occurrence of the microplastic in the different environmental matrices, such as water, sediment, and also in the living biota. And the second axis of the research is related to the toxicological, the impact of the microplastic on the living biota. We conduct also some recent research in order to understand how the microplastic can give the impact on the coral species. And the third axis of the research is related to the co-pollutant occurrence too. So into surface of the microplastic, there will be attached by the many organic pollutant, and we can also analyze this kind of the co-pollutant attached onto microplastic surfaces. So what we have conducted is already in this kind of the access research. And in my opinion, what's the main gap, scientific gap is, of course, the first is the standardized methodology, how to detect, how to quantify and the microplastic in the environment. And secondly, too, there is a disparity regarding to the infrastructure, research infrastructure. What I mean by this is the equipment, analytical equipment, because from the different institutions in Indonesia, there's a gap of the such kind of the instrument. Not all the research institutions have the similar or the adequate analytical instrument to detect or to quantify the microplastic pollution. This is what I think is the most prominent gap amongst the research institution. I think that's for the introduction. That's all. Thank you very much, Pak Heru.
Pak Heru, you still unmute? Maaf, Pak. Pak Heru, maaf. Masih unmute, Bapak. Pak Heru.
Yeah. Okay, Pak Agung. Thank you for your presentation. Your presentation less than 5 minutes, so I appreciate. And then I'm going to Pak Aryo Damar, please.
Thank you very much, Hero. And also, good evening, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. So I would like to introduce myself. My name is Aryo Damar. So I'm from IPB, Bogor Agricultural University in Bogor. I'm now working as a director for the Center for Coastal and Marine Resources Studies in this university. So personally, by training, I am a coastal eutrophication scientist, and I've been working a lot with my personal scientific activities with doing research related to eutrophication, related to the nutrient pollution. But as the coordinator for a research center which is dealing with coastal and marine resources, habitats, and ecosystem. I'm also coordinating a group of research done within our research scientific activities in our center. And so far, our center also have several divisions, and one of them is, of course, related to the coastal and marine pollution. So we have been conducting some researches about the coastal pollution, of course, with eutrophication, with related to marine debris, and also the plastic pollution in the marine environment, including the monitoring and also the distribution of this plastic pollution, and also some ecological impacts from pollution, and also continued with the mitigation effort and measures. And then also in the larger part, we have been focusing also doing cooperation with the local government, also in coordination with the Directorate General of Marine Pollution and Coastal Degradation, also in the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. And then under the term of integrated coastal management. And also our institution is dealing with the fisheries management and also some capacity development. And then ongoing plastic related research topics within our group. For example, we did cooperation with GIZ in the development of white paper on marine plastic circular economy, which is aimed to seek a breakthrough from the economical perspective on how to reduce or to delay the plastic into a waste. So as long as possible, we try to postpone the conversion of plastic material into a waste. And then also we have been doing some organics or nutrient pollution studies, also the marine debris pollution identification, which also we did a research in the port and also harbor, and then coastal eutrophication studies and its impact on the environment. And then ongoing research that we are doing now is eutrophication and related impacts, of course, and then some plastic on primary production pollution also, which is related to some ecological consequences of this nutrient pollution, like algae bloom and hypoxic condition in the coastal waters. As we know that we have been facing so much problem in the coastal cities, especially in the western part of Indonesia, like in the northern coast of Java, where we have really problem with this coastal pollution. And then in our opinion, we still have the main gaps related to the scientific knowledge that we need to be more focused in the future related to this, especially marine litters and marine plastic. The first is our laboratory capacity of equipment, which able to detect microplastic. So we don't have a problem with the macroplastic, but with the micro and nanoplastic, we still have limitation, especially related to the laboratory capacity. And then also we need to do more research on the impacts of this plastic pollution towards any consumption fisheries organism. We know that 70% of our coastal population still rely on the aquatic biota as seafood and consumption. And we never did a really extensive research about the nanoplastic or microplastic content in some aquatic biota that's being consumed as a seafood and other consumption by people. I think that's all from myself, the introduction. Thank you, Pak Heru, and all others.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Pak Aryo. Pak Aryo has been mentioned regarding the increasing of nutrient. Yeah? He many activities regarding the increasing nutrient, and also recently doing some activities regarding the marine plastic waste and also its impact. Also, although there is still some gap that Pak Aryo mentioned. So after Pak Aryo, we invite Dr. Devi Dwianti from MOMAF. Yeah. Ibu Devi already here?
Yes, I'm here, Pak Heru.
Oh yeah, please, Bu
Thank you.
Devi.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Bapak Ibu. It's an honor for me to be here with the other experts here. I'm just a beginner. So I will try to introduce myself. My name is Devi Dwianti Suryono. I'm from Marine Research Center, the Agency for Research and Human Resources, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. So for this year, we doing some research. My background first. My background is about environmental management, including related with environmental pollution, marine pollution, and then the coastal ecosystem condition, and focusing on chemical environment. And ongoing research for this year related with the marine debris or the plastic is we try, or our group try to assessment of the optimal strategy for marine debris management through the identification and pathways of marine debris. And the focus, the location is in the Das Citarum or Citarum watershed, and the focus location is in the estuarine of Citarum River in the Bekasi, Muara Gembong. So the scope of the research including the identification of composition of the marine litter or solid waste surrounding the area, the composition and the identification, the marine litter in the waters and in the mangrove ecosystem, because there are mangrove ecosystem in the surrounding Muara Gembong area. And the other focus in our research is about the modeling, how the marine debris distribute from the estuary of Citarum estuary to the surrounding area of Jakarta Bay. And then the other aspect is about the activities of community surrounding here, especially the fishermen, how to manage the solid waste. That's the scope of our research for this year. And then I think the gap for the marine debris condition in our country today is about the standard for sampling or monitoring method. And then the second gap is about the instrument for laboratory for doing some analysis. That's our problem. And then the third aspect, we have to improve our capacity through by the capacity building with collaboration or network with the other stakeholder or the other institution. That's my point of view. Thank you, Aheru.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Devi. Bu Devi already mentioned regarding the identification of composition of solid waste, yeah, and also its fishermen communities, and also standard and monitoring method, and also doing some capacity building. This is also for fishermen communities, yeah, Bu Devi, yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to the next speaker after. sorry. Ibu Femi, Dr. Femi M. Sahami dari University of Gorontalo.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Before Ibu, the fourth is Professor Domingus from University of Patimura. I'm sorry.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm honored to have this presentation for this forum. So let me introduce myself. So my name is Domingus Male from the Patimura University. Actually, I had the Office for Research and Extensions Affairs of the university. So regarding these topics, we focus from the environmental issues, including the analysis and monitoring and advocacy. Some research activities have been done, and then we have come out with some results. We focus on environmental monitoring, including method development, and about sampling and analysis, and also about the advocacy. Because why this is important? Because the source of the pollution, actually, it's not the plastic itself, but actually it's because the behavior of the people. So this should be advocated so that they can aware of this impact of the plastics. And well, in my opinion, about the main scientific knowledge gaps that to be able to reduce marine plastic pollutions, as I mentioned before, that it is not the plastic, but actually the user of the plastics. So what we need is the assistantship to the people so that they might have capacity, or they know how to manage the plastic when they use, and how they control the use of the plastics in their daily activities. So this is part of the how we build the capacity of the people so that they can manage and the use of the plastics, so that the reduction of the pollution can be done. So we realize also, because the condition in Maluku, particularly in Ambon, that the pollution of plastic has been seen by almost everybody in the Ambon, because when we see to the bay, Ambon Bay, we can find, or we can see there are so many plastics floating up in the sea, and also near the beach. So particularly now, because we are in the rainy season, so most of the garbage from the territory, from the land, flows to the river, and then come into the bay. And we have done some advocacy, particularly to the students and the young people. So this is a group that can help others to know more about the impact of the plastics, or particularly microplastics pollution, that can intervene the food chain. So in 2019, we have received news about the findings that the fish in Ambon Bay has been contaminated by the microplastics. So this is a big issue that we have to pay attention to it. So that's the introduction from the Patimura University. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Domingos. In Teluk Ambon already revealed that fish contaminated with plastic, ya, Pak Domingos. So I know that from PLH, also from communities, there are already many activities for Teluk Ambon. So I hope that this will reduce the pollution of Teluk Ambon. Okay, after Pak Domingos, I will proceed to Ibu Dwi Sulistiawati from University of Tadulako.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. My name is Dwi Sulistiawati from Tadulako University. My field science was environmental pollution, including plastic, monitoring ecological impact and mitigation. My related research about environmental monitoring, including method development, sampling and analysis, both meso and macroplastic in marine system, evidence, and in the environment and mitigation. And my other research, monitoring water quality, river and marine in Banggai, Regency, Tomini Bay, and Palu Bay. My opinion about this main scientist gaps to be able to reduce marine plastic pollutant, I think early behavior change. This is a minimum society where we have early behavior change to reduce marine plastic. So was segregation before transporting based on the type of waste, I think is to reduce marine plastic pollution. And the other, how to be improve research on organic material, replacing plastic material is minimum research on organic material to replacing plastic material. And so how to we improve technology development and utilization and plastic waste. I think this is to introduce by myself. Yes. Thank you, Pak Hel.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Bu Dwi Sulistiawati. Bu Dwi stressing the waste segregation. Yeah? But this is actually the most difficult for the people of Indonesia to segregate the waste. Even already segregate, but after that they mix again, you know, usually in final disposal. So this is probably still the challenge for the government. Yeah. Thank you, Bu Dwi. And then we going to Ibu Femi Sahami from University of Gorontalo.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good afternoon, all the participants. Thank you very much, the committee, for the opportunity given to me to get involved in this forum. I'm Femi Sahami, the head of Maritime Study Center, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo. In this study center, I was assisted by a team. Our area of expertise is marine and coastal management and marine ecology and ecotourism. To date, we have carried out several studies related to marine debris. Unfortunately, our research has not been too much. Similar research in Gorontalo province has never been done before, and we are the initiators of the related research. The first, we have conducted a collaborative research program related to monitoring marine meso and macro debris with Ministry of Environment and Forestry in 2 locations in Gorontalo province, namely Leato Beach, South Leato, and Indah Beach, Bohe. The second, we also conducted a lecturer-student research on marine meso and macro debris monitoring in Leato Beach, North Leato, and microplastic in the coastal area of Gorontalo Bay. Based on the result of our study, the most debris in the coastal area of Gorontalo is glass and ceramics, both meso and macro debris. While in macroplastic research, the composition of film types is higher than fiber types. In our opinion, plastic pollution is a complex and persistent issue. Despite some commercial and public efforts to reduce plastic consumption, plastic production continues to increase, resulting in growing releases to the environment. It seems like many people don't know the impact of plastic pollution on them. So, consumption of food and beverages with disposable plastic packaging is still often done. Even though research and awareness in this area is growing, understanding about extracting and identifying plastic once they have degraded within the environment still difficult because plastics have different characteristics depending on the material. Research on the production like plastic supply chains and management, like identify the alternatives to single-use plastics and marine biota that can decrease marine plastic pollution are critical. In addition, the marine debris or marine plastic monitoring method need to be a common perception and sharing between the institution and the implementing agency. I think that's all. Thank you very much. Thank you, moderator.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Femi, regarding the information of activities that already conducted in University of Gorontalo. And then we are going to Ibu Fitriah Irnawati from University of Papua.
Halo, good evening.
Ya Bu, silakan Bu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
I will introduce myself. My name is Fitriah Irmawati. I'm from Program Studi of Water Resource Management, Papua University of Papua. And my field sciences is about water pollution, ecotoxicology on water, and now I'm joined with research about marine litter. And my ongoing plastic-related research about including with a collaboration with KLHK, it's a macro and meso and coastal, and it's about sampling. We sampling, analysis, and abundance of macro and meso marine litter in coastal into places now, into coastal. It's from 2016. We have monitoring with KLHK, and then several times we have in 2019 we have a research with LIPI Ambon about microplastic. And in my opinion, what the knowledge gaps in about to reduce marine plastic pollution is maybe the first time we have much same perception about the method, how the sampling and analyzes, including macro, meso, and micro, and in water, in water, in calm water, sediment, and biota. I think it's the important to we have the same perception first, and we can get the data, and then we can share to our stakeholders maybe. And then the special things about maybe we have to reduce this knowledge is about the facilities and sharing knowledge, especially the main issue is now microplastic. So in my opinion, in Papua, especially in Papua, we have a huge gaps about research about microplastic. Maybe that's my opinion. Thank you, moderator.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Bu Fitria, already informed regarding the water pollution, macro and meso waste in coastal. I'm going to Ibu Gitarina from University of Mula Warman. Please, Bu.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Katarina from Mula Warman University, and my field of science is ecotoxicology and water quality. I'm also a head of water quality laboratory in our university. And as researchers usually already have their certain interest topic for their research, so our focus shifted to plastic pollution related just recently, around 2019. So not many research have been done on that. So our ongoing plastic related research are actually microplastic waste on in Balikpapan coastal sediment. This is actually should be conducted on April, but because of COVID, Balikpapan is a red zone, so we cannot pursue our research should be delayed for some months. And the topic is microplastic in the sediment of Semayang Lake. It's actually in the Mahakam River. The Semayang Lake is the habitat for Pesut Mahakam. That's the ongoing research, our ongoing research. And in my opinion, the main scientific knowledge gaps to be able to reduce marine plastic pollution is for our department is the funding and facilities for doing research on, for example, on microplastic, nanoplastic, and etc. So, and also, it's also the problem is the wills from the government to really use the research results into their policy making is very little. So mostly the research result is not using by government for their policies. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Gitarina. Ibu Gitarina mentioned and informed regarding the plastic waste in Balikpapan and also microplastic in sediment in Semayang Lake. Yeah. But he concerned regarding the use of result of the research by the government. So next, I'm going to Pak Dr. Hidayat from LIPI. Silakan Pak Hidayat.
Terima kasih Pak Heru. Good afternoon everyone. Thank you for the opportunity for joining this forum. I'm Hidayat from Research Center for Limnology, the Indonesian Institute of Sciences, and also the chairman of the Masyarakat Limnologi Indonesia, or Indonesian Society of Limnology. My field of science is hydrology and quantitative water management. And my current activity related to plastic research is on the Angin initiative. You once hear about this initiative from the Netherlands. It's Anticipation Grants Indonesia Netherlands with the project titled Post Plastic Paradise, Reducing Plastic Emissions into the Ocean from Java. So this is a team from Wageningen University, Deltares in the Netherlands, and from Indonesia, we are from LIPI, from ITB, from ITS, with also IPB, Professor Eti, and from KKP, with Smedi and Dr. Devi, who already presented before. So yeah, we identified the also key partners in knowledge organization, including Mining Change, Waste for Change, Sustainable Waste Indonesia, and also governing organization is Indonesian government and also local government, and also supporting organization like World Bank and World Economic Forum. Our goal is to build a consortium and joining formulate research question to identify potential solution to reduce plastic emission to the ocean from Java. And we expect that solution pathway for the reduction of plastic emission to have a large impact on the country's plastic emission, and also to become a possible blueprint for effective emission reduction from other Indonesian islands. So we currently focus on Java in 10 area, and we hope that with this we can reduce supply through governance to support the circular economy, the first topic, and also reduce transport to improve quality of life, health and water quality, and reduce emission to improve biodiversity and ecology. And so we know now the land is the source of the main source of marine pollution. And so with some proposition saying that river discharge in the Anthropocene can be measured by a number of plastic bags float by in the river. So we see the multidisciplinary complexity of plastic emissions from lands and in the river and go to the ocean. And our activity, including field exploration, that's it is for this year it is cancelled due to the COVID. And all organization of workshops that we held in last month, also NIVA colleague also joined. And with that, we together with stakeholder, we want to dissect the complex problem into specific challenges for which a complete solution pathway will be identified. And then yes, we will conduct the second workshop later this year. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Hidayat, for your information regarding the activity and also the activity of collaboration with Netherlands. And I'm going to Pak Hendrawan from Udayana. Pak Gede, silakan Pak Gede.
Okay, thank you, Pak Heru. Yeah, I introduce myself first. My name Gede Hendrawan. I'm working in Udayana University as a lecturer, and now I'm as a head of marine competition laboratory on marine science department in Udayana University. My field of research mostly on environmental hydraulic. Mostly I'm working on marine ocean modeling, and recently we are doing several research on marine debris trajectory surrounding Bali Island, and also we are doing marine debris monitoring surrounding of Bali Island and also other island in Indonesia such as Nusa Tenggara Timur and some other area. My ongoing research recently, we doing monitoring based on CSEAS methodology from Australia. We being doing marine debris monitoring in the river. We trying to looking for the source of the plastic that discharging into the ocean, and also inland, not only river and in the sea or beaches, but also inland plastic leakage based on CSEAS methodology. On the other hand, we also trying to identify the microplastic on the seawater, sediment, and some biota in Bali region. In my opinion, identify of local problem and propose of a local solution is a critical need, because I think there are already much of research have been done by scientists in Indonesia, but sometimes there are no linkage with the government policy, especially in the local problem. For the national level, I think the government in the central government is already involved of researchers, research or scientific result, and as a base of a plan to reduce of marine plastic on 2025. But what about the marine plastic problem in local area? Sometimes we have lack of data, lack of scientific result that implementing for the government policy in the local issue. So I think we need to involve that. We need to strengthen the science, strengthen the research in the local area, and propose them to the local government. And if we can reduce of marine plastic by the local area, then the national level, the target of the national level will be reached in the 2025. So the near future challenge, in my opinion, the near future challenge on combating marine plastic, we need doing several things, such as what and where the main source of plastic pollution entering into the environment. We have a lot of gap of research for whole of Indonesia region. We have local data, but several area maybe we have done several research in Indonesia, but mostly I believe mostly in Indonesia we have no data, scientific data that can be utilized by the government to make a policy to combating this marine plastic. Second, we need to know what the factor drive the transport and deposition of plastic pollution in the marine environment, and where have this factor created high concentration of accumulated plastic. And third, I think we need to know where are the we have, as long as I know, so far we don't have any standard to quantify of the marine plastic in the environment, such as shoreline, offshore, river, or inland. How to monitor, how to quantify. Then we have a standard. We have one data that based on one methodology as a standard, as a national standard. Then I think it more easy to us, to government, to make a robust solution to reduce this marine plastic problem on 2025. That's all of my introduction. Thank you very much, Pak Heru.
Thank you, Pak Hendrawan. I think your presentation is very informative, and also your suggestion that there is no standard to quantify. Yeah? So this is the input for the government actually, how to make or to provide the national methodology. Thank you, Pak Hendrawan, and I'm going to Pak Widyarsana, Dr. Widyarsana from Bandung ITB.
Terima kasih Pak Heru atas kesempatannya. Baik, thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, everybody. Introduce myself. I'm from Environmental Engineering Department from ITB, Institute Teknologi Bandung, or Bandung Institute of Technology. My name is Imadi Wahyu Widyarsana. You can call me Wahyu. My field of science today, including solid waste management, hazardous waste management, environmental pollution, waste to energy, and landfill science and engineering. The focus of my current research topic is related to the ongoing plastic in our institution or group, including plastic waste study as a basis of in the identification of waste reduction potential in Bali province, and then study of plastic waste processing and management in Bali province, and then development of stream waste analysis in the rivers and the beach in Bali province with 2 season data. So study of waste landslide in landfill relate to the influence of plastic waste, and a study of zero waste management development index in Bali province, and others. In my opinions, the main scientific knowledge gap for reduce marine plastic emission, such as monitoring methods and equipment need, radiation and updating and standardization. And then surveys shall be carried in all different seasons. And then the surveys ought not focus on the sea or the water only, because waste generated on land, especially those close to the waters, become very important. The level of waste management service around rivers, coastal, include beach, needs to be analyzed. Social, economy, and education condition needs to be consideration. Maybe that is my self introduction. Nice to meet you in this forum. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Heru.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Wahyu. Thank you very much for your presentation. I think Pak Wahyu mentioned that currently conducting many research. Yeah? I'm sure this will be very useful. And then I'm going to Pak Ibnu Faisal from University of Pajajaran.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Heru. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to invite us in this forum. My name is Ibnu Faisal. I'm from University of Pajajaran, Bandung. We in Unpad, we call it, have a marine research laboratory. Head of lab is Mr. Noir Purba. We have a focus on marine pollution, especially in marine debris, for the last 5 until 6 years. My field of science, based of my academic background, is ocean modeling and then oceanography and coastal environment. Our ongoing research regarding marine debris, we focus on the transboundary issue. There is one of the issue that correlated with other countries near our Indonesia. One is we want to know the trajectory or the pathway of the marine debris with several type. We focus still will focus in macro debris at first. In the Indonesia boundary seas, we have published we are already submit the paper regarding this research. We use the recent modeling method. We use genome to represent our modeling, and then we also focus on the coastal environment regarding marine debris effect. We also study about the vulnerability of the MPAs, marine protected area, in Java Seas. Why is Java Seas? Because it is near with our region. And the second is Java Seas, as we know, is already have several problems. One of that is marine debris. The gap in our opinion regarding marine debris is maybe same as we hear as the scientist or maybe researcher or maybe institution, is the scientific data, because we sometimes when we running our model, we have to verify our model, but we don't have a proper scientific data to verify our model regarding marine debris. And then the second is the time series data, because the limited of our time, maybe our budget, and other problems that we usually don't have a time series data in maybe just one location. We still don't have a time series data, so we cannot have a quantitative data regarding marine debris. We have many sites regarding marine debris, almost about 60 sites in Indonesia, but we have a problem regarding the time series data. Maybe it's the problem that we can solve to have the time series data to encourage maybe local community or local people, especially in our recent research in the boundary. There is still limited data in the island across the boundary, such as maybe in Natuna or maybe in Anambas. Maybe we can give the more attention to the local community or local people. Maybe that's enough for introduction for me from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Ibnu. I'm sure that your background of science is very important, trajectory model. So this can be used for to understand and to know from which the source of waste or trash is come from. Okay, well, I'm going now to Prof. Marcus. Please,
Okay.
Pak Marcus.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Heru, the moderator, and good afternoon, everyone. My respect goes to the director, Mr. Dida, and also all the organizing committee members. And please let me introduce myself. I hope you can listen my voice because it's too far from the center. And I hope my signal is still strong. Sometimes it's weak because, yeah, I don't know why. And my name is Marcus Lasut. I'm from Samratulangi University, Manado. And my field of science is about marine pollution and integrated tropical coastal zone management. And my ongoing plastic-related research topic within my institute, this is a group. It's a monitoring marine debris, including analysis of resource, problem, state, impact, and resolution, and its management. And my opinion about the main scientific knowledge gaps to reduce marine plastic pollution is a willingness of producers to reduce their plastic production, lack of law enforcement and current regulation, lack of community awareness, and lack of technology. So why we conclude this is a kind of a conclusion of our study. So let me explain you briefly about that. And as you know that we are from the center of Indonesia, actually from North Sulawesi. We are in the heart of named Coral Triangle area. I believe that all of you have heard about Coral Triangle area. This the area contains more marine species than anywhere else on the planet. It's about 76% of world known coral species and has highest fish diversity with 37% of world reef fish species. And so that's why they always call this area as a Amazon of the seas. But unfortunately, in this area also, we are facing the environmental concern like industrial wastewater, domestic wastewater, nutrient, and now we have a big problem with the marine debris. So we always say that, okay, we start from coral triangle to trash triangle if we don't care about this situation. So we try to develop a countermeasures to marine debris in Manado Bay, where the Bunaken Marine National Park is located. So we start from North Sulawesi, especially in the Manado City. Manado City have a bay named Manado Bay. Within the bay, there is National Bunaken National Park. So this is a famous park for divers. So you can see they said that, and I can prove about that too. You can see that the haven of underwater world, they said that. But unfortunately, Manado produced a lot of debris, a lot of waste, and comes to the marine, will be marine debris. And then they found a large amount of plastic trash on the bottom of Manado Bay. Is based on the survey of a Japanese survey. It's like a mountain underwater. They found that, and then this caused that there's one famous species of live fossil they call Latimeria manadoensis. They found a plastic debris inside the stomach. So this already happened. So it's mean that the problem of plastic from the surface of water until the underwater, it's a Latimeria, it's a live fossil, live about up to 200 meters from sea level. And so we didn't identify the source of the plastic or all the waste. We found that it's from many sources, especially from the city, and come through the rivers to the bay. So we try to stop this source. Of course, it's not easy, and yeah, we can say that we cannot actually, but at least that we have to do something. So we formulates a problem-solving approach. Several problem-solving approaches we formulate, like baseline studies on quality, quantity, fate, and effect of plastic in the natural environment, clean up the beaches, seafloor, community trading, and structural measures, waste collection, corporate responsibility and regulation, and new materials. These are kind of approaches to solve the problem. And what we have done and what we are doing now is that several activities based on the formulated approach we have done, and we are ongoing to do that. And like a monitoring, we are included in the group of Indonesian group to monitor the Indonesian seas, and we do the survey of plastic in the islands, study on seasonal variation. So we start from the small activities to the big activities. We start from the easy scientific activities to the complicated activities. So in this problem-solving activities, we make a countermeasures that we try to do something. And then, of course, we collaborate with other parties, not only us, not only the university. Even in our university, I'm with my group. I'm not working alone, so I'm with my group. And also, we collaborate with the government, local government, and with the KLA national government. And also, we collaborate with other parties from international. So for the international collaboration, we establish or we set up research, complicated research, try to testing of biodegradable plastic film under marine conditions. So this my short or brief introduction from us, from North Sulawesi, from UNSAT. So thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Pak Markus. Pak Markus stressing his worry regarding the coral triangle will become trash triangle. Yeah. So this will be very dangerous if become trash triangle.
Thank you.
Okay, well, next we are going to Pak Muhammad Hairul from ITB. Pak Hairul, silakan Pak.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you very much for the time. It is my honor to be here to make a short self-introduction about myself. So my name is Muhammad Hairul. I'm coming from Faculty of Civil and Environmental Engineering, ITB. And recently I become study program or bachelor degree in ITB, call it as Environmental Infrastructure Engineering. So that's a part of Environmental Engineering department. So my field of science, since bachelor and a doctoral degree, I'm focusing on environmental engineering, and specifically related with municipal solid waste management.
Hairul, we lost Hairul.
Hilang suaranya Pak Hairul.
The connection.
Diloncat saja Pak Usul. Nanti kalau beliau bisa balik lagi.
Ya, boleh Pak.
Kalau begitu loncat kita ke Pak Munasik ya, Pak Munasik. Pak Hairul, mohon nanti bisa kembali lagi kalau sudah on. Pak Munasik, silakan Pak Munasik.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Heru. Thank you very much Pak Heru, Pak Luyo as moderator. My name Munasik, yes, short name, from Department of Marine Science, Diponegoro University. Actually, I am coral reef ecologist. Is we do research about ecology of coral reef, and my recent research activities is about reef health monitoring in several parts of Indonesia. We collaborate with LIPI about 40 years, and also we study about damage to coral reef in some area. Actually, in the Java Sea, in Karimun Jawa, and in other part of Indonesia. And why we concern to marine litter? And thank you for inviting this forum. This we also doing about the marine litter monitoring. We concern because this is affected to the sensitive ecosystem such as coral reef, like Professor Marcus explained before. And then when we going to the Karimun Jawa is one of the MPS area and also utilization for the tourism. But one area in the preliminary observation, we found that the coral reef is changing the color to be pale. It means it's to be not color. It is important to understand about what the effect of the like a pollution, because we also found some marine debris in the coastal area of Karimun Jawa. This come from plastic bottles dari air mineral begitu ya, and then some cups of water mineral. So it is important to need collaboration, like develop monitoring method about the marine litter affected to the coral reef ecosystem. And then we also doing together about the research of the effect of the marine litter to the coral reef, because we also study about the damaged coral reef in the eutrophication area. It is interesting because we also study about the coral recruitment effect of the eutrophication for the coral recruitment. I think it's enough to introduce myself. Again, thank you very much, Pak Heru, and then everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Munasik. Yeah, Pak Munasik concerned regarding the impact to the coral reef due to the sensitiveness of coral reef, Pak Munasik, ya. So I'm going next. Pak Herul sudah on lagi belum, Pak?
Ya.
Sudah.
Ya, I'm ready. Ya.
Oke, Pak. Kembali, Pak. Silakan, Pak Herul.
Okay, I'm sorry for bad connection in here. Suddenly it's break the connection. Okay, I'm continue my introduction. So my field of science actually environmental engineering, especially municipal solid waste management and modeling, by considering multi-criteria or multi-objectives among stakeholders. As we realize that environmental management or municipal solid waste management has several multiple objectives among the stakeholders. So we are just not talking about the community, for example, but the other stakeholder related while we managing the marine debris or municipal solid waste in general. So actually my interest with that kind of conflicting objective among the stakeholder using several software like system dynamics and goal programming and others to see what is the effect from one to others factors. And my ongoing research is related with to find the recycling flow among the players. As I mentioned, there are several players regarding with the municipal solid waste, including for informal sectors. We call it as a scavenger, intermediate, or a dealer. In Indonesia, we call it as pemulung and others informal sectors. So we found that a plastic recycling flow dominantly done by informal sector actually, not by formal sector initiated by a government. So from this point of view, we can conclude in for preliminary introduction here that the marine debris dominated by plastic is coming from household. Like you already realized that Bandung city, there is no sea in the surrounding Bandung city. So we focus in how the municipal solid waste coming from the land base may contribute to the marine debris. So, and the others research actually, we did the research in 1,000 islands or Kepulauan Seribu related the municipal solid waste management also due to the urban and tourism activities. As we know that Kepulauan Seribu is a very, very nice island. So many visitors come to the island and they may generate the waste, not just only in the land, but maybe pollute the sea also. And ongoing research also regarding with the environmental monitoring of plastic litter to river, including method development, including sampling and analysis. And in my opinion, the main gaps while we managing the marine debris is how we make a relationship between municipal solid waste management coverage, because in every city in Indonesia has a different coverage area of municipal solid waste. So this kind of differences may contribute different to the marine debris surrounding that city. And of course, that kind of municipal solid waste management coverage may increase or improve with the well community behavior. So the second gaps that I observe is how the willingness to pay and a willingness to participate from the community, especially when the municipal solid waste coverage is not exist in that area. So the appropriate municipal solid waste management can be adopted in that area. So the community-based development become very, very important in this point of view. And also we observe also this kind of willingness to pay and a willingness to participate in the 1,000 island that I already mentioned. And the other gaps, like mentioned by several presenters, is about monitoring method and also socio-economic context. So like I mentioned, while managing the waste management, we may have several objectives, not just only the economic, but also maybe environmental pollution protection, for example, and others. So how we take this consideration into overall model or system so that we can find how we can take countermeasure to prevent the marine debris. Actually, that kind of topic that I will present for the next session. Thank you very much, moderator.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Hairul. Thank you. Pak Hairul, many activities regarding municipal solid waste, especially conducted in Pulau Seribu and also in Bandung, Pak. Okay, after Pak Hairul, then I'm going to Pak Sumengen Sutomo dari University of Indonesia. Silakan Pak Sumengen.
Belum kedengeran suaranya Pak Sumengen.
Halo.
Ya, Pak Sumengen.
Halo.
Pak
Sudah
Sumengen.
Pak, ya. Dengar
Sudah
Pak.
Pak.
Silakan Pak.
Sudah dengar Pak. Silakan Pak.
Oh ya, terima kasih. Thank you Pak Heru, and thank you also to the steering committee invite me to come to this meeting. I'm Sumengen Sutomo from the University of Indonesia, Department of Environmental Health Sciences. The field of science that we working is especially environmental health sciences, freshwater quality monitoring, and management of social development. And then the research that we will working in the next few years is helping the government to strengthen monitoring of freshwater quality of river and stream water developed by the government. So we are looking for the better water quality monitoring using the water quality index and using the biotic index. It is talking about freshwater quality, but maybe related, we can input also the plastic waste in the monitoring system later on. This study is working with Japanese government and then the Thailand government partnership with Indonesian university. And the other thing that we are looking issue, especially, I think we listen so many people already observe the issue, the problem, and so many like suggestions. But I would say that we are looking for strengthening the possibility of the program and strategy, especially for local area. And that is the reason that we need to do like a baseline survey that everybody already thought. And then the second, I think we need also to develop the strategic and operational planning that really realistic, not just full of jargon and not realistic. And then the third, I think we are looking for the community behavior change. Community behavior change is not easy. It is very difficult. Most people looking at community behavior change is just only based on the knowledge, attitude, and practice. But in fact, we have to do into the value of the people. And that finally, I think I would also in the program maybe include that we are doing the advocacy for introducing strengthening the ISO 1400 that may be used by all the industry and any institution related to that. And finally, I would like to suggest that like in the developed countries like Japan and America and other, they have already almost every local or city such as a kabupaten, they have already like a recycling system. And then we have so many people, so many universities, so many smart people. We are just suggesting the people, a student or the engineer going to abroad and to study and try to benchmarking developing the recycling system, and then finally we have the system in every local area, and then maybe we'll have reducing the plastic waste pollution. I think that. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Sumengen. I'm going next to Pak Prof. Widi Agus Pratikto.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Para sahabat, I think this is my first time back attending fora after I have a big surgery last 2 years, July 2018. It was taking about 1.5 years to recover. So thanks to Pak Hariman for inviting this meeting, especially RC35, Pak Heru Waluyo yang kami hormati. Saya akan menyampaikan micro, kemudian saya akan menyampaikan berkaitan dengan macro challenge. First of all, after back to university, I was having, and as well as I still having, research on behavior of submerged pipeline, studying on the reclamation in the port of Teluk Lamong in border between Gresik and Surabaya. That's why we found that several engagement on the marine debris. Recently, I have a research on suspended solid in the area of port of Teluk Lamong in Surabaya. I conducting as well study on the alignment and harmonization legal framework from national, province, and district, especially some of the presenter before mentioning that most of the debris gathered in the municipal or district or something like that. But now after having the Act Undang-Undang 23 tahun 2014, maka kekuasaan wilayah ada di provinsi. So I will elaborate a bit regarding these kind of matters on the zonation and in the marine territory, especially when we deal with the marine debris. So my background is ocean, coastal engineering and management. I was conducting research, all those kind of intensive research. But then in 2002, I was being borrowed by the Ministry of Marine Affairs, supporting the ministry to have on the, what you call it, DG Marine Coast and Small Islands. So that's why I would like to overlook the situation, how we conduct mitigation on marine debris, as well as how to block or preventing the marine debris before become marine debris, and then that will be a municipal waste and disposal. So last year and this year, I was conducting a study regarding the reclamation, as well as the solid waste management. Several engagement was having or still having a lack of participation since the regulation on the zonation under Act of 23 now being managed by the provincial. So this is the thing that we have to work on whenever we are dealing with all the 34 province, especially the provinsi kelautan, provinsi kepulauan rather, because this is the issues where the jurisdiction control and dictate by the provincial, but the actual problem is facing in the kabupaten and kota, in the district and municipal. So on July 1st, I was having coordination and a seminar together with Bangda Depdagri, Bappenas, as well as KKP, and HAPI, as well as Program Mitra Bahari, how to identify problem, especially in terms of zonation. So we found that after, especially in the Jawa Timur, in East Java, executing Undang-Undang 23 2014, Act 23 2014, then there was issued Act Perda, Peraturan Daerah Number 1, 2018. So implementation of Undang-Undang 2014 usually take 2 or 3 years later. So Undang-Undang atau Perda zonasi actually making togetherness in the province a bit challenged. That's why we need more penetration and coordination, helping the provincial approaching the kabupaten kota. I give you example in the East Java, there are 38 kabupaten kota. So if the case like that, if the zonation perda issued by the province, then there will be problem in implementation. So this is the thing that I will be presenting in my PPT, not only the micro matters that I will be conducting in my research, zonation, reclamation, suspended solid, but also the impact of regulation that will be facing to us. So I think we have to figure out the way how the central government regulation or national regulation, undang-undang, carried out by the provincial with togetherness or all together come along with the kabupaten kota. So this is the thing, not easy, because I think I was in the ministry for more than 7 years, how to make empowerment of province as well as kabupaten kota. Undang-Undang 27 tahun 2007 or Act Constitution Act on 27 year 2007 and revised under Undang-Undang 1 2014 as well as Undang-Undang 32 tahun 2014 on the marine matters, that was said that the participation of kabupaten kota also eligible. So this is the thing that we will be dealing and need facilitation, how the marine debris can be eradicated or can be managed in the area of provincial, as well as after the 12 mile. After 12 mile might be easier because it's nationwide, but in 12 miles that will be a bit challenge because we have to face with source of marine debris, most of them not only from the fishing boat or those kind of thing, but also from municipal as well as kabupaten. So hopefully there will be a possibility. I will be presenting some of part of my presentation in the coming hours, but this is the thing that I would like to share with you all. I have several colleagues, sahabat, this kind of thing, but I was about 2.5 years in the process of recovery. That's why I'm very quiet and this kind of thing. But hopefully that will be able to engage with kind of activities regarding research, practical knowledge, and engagement with ministry. Thank you very much, Pak Heru. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Terima kasih Pak Widi. Pak Widi telah menyampaikan concern regarding the implementation of Act 23 2014. Yeah? How to harmonize and also align between province and also kabupaten kota. So we can have Pak Widi slide presentation through committee later on. And I would like to invite next Pak Widodo Pranowo dari MOMAF.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang. My name is Widodo Pranowo. So I'm from Marine Research Center, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. In here, actually, I'm just beginning in the phasing of the learning of the marine debris. So I start conducting some experiment with my group since 2015 in collaboration also with some colleague like Pak Noir Purba from UNPAD and also some colleague also from other institution. So my expertise actually in applied oceanography, so mostly working in the hydrodynamic, and in here we would like to know how's the role of the ocean current to transporting the marine debris. Some of my colleague in here also creating some marine debris drifting, so we could marine debris response to the ocean current. And in the future, we would like to more investigate how the role of the ocean current, since when we talk about the ocean current, so we should talk about the interaction with the atmosphere. I mean, in Indonesia, we influenced by the monsoon system and also the interannual system like the ENSO from Pacific Ocean and also with the IOD from the Indian Ocean. So this will be creating much more complex I think production. Thank you.
Sudah ya Pak?
Sudah,
Pak
sudah.
Widodo sudah selesai?
Sudah selesai Pak. Terima kasih Pak.
Ya. Terima kasih Pak Widodo informasinya ya. Jadi banyak kerjasama dengan UNPAD tadi ya, Pak Ibnu ya Pak ya. Well, I'm going to the next presenter. Terakhir ini Pak Zainal Arifin, Prof. Zainal.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zainal Arifin. I work at Research Center for Oceanography, Indonesian Institute of Science. So my field of science is ecotoxicology, especially trace metal and feeding behavior for invertebrate organisms. So recently, we are also working on plastic litter, biomonitoring, and environmental impact assessment. So our ongoing research topic in our research group, we have 5 at least, so that are currently working on. First, on source and distribution of marine plastic, monitoring plastic in several river and bay, and also human behavior during work from home or COVID, yeah. So this work, human behavior or household behavior at least, in cooperation with Research Center for Population under Indonesian Institute of Science also. For the next coming years, actually, we are also interested in studying about the toxicity test, bioassay, related with the microplastic. So for research on source and distribution, we are mostly working at a coastal ecosystem, but in the near future, we are currently proposing our proposal to LPDP for studying marine litter at open sea, yeah? Southern Java and around Makassar Strait also. So what is the main scientific knowledge gap? From my perspective, at least I think we have been listening from previous speaker, the issue on monitoring method. Yeah. So my suggestion is actually we have to have a kind of harmonizing integrated field monitoring method. So not only we focus on plastic litter, but how can we also focus on nutrient or E. coli, for example. This is related with the clean ocean, for example, or clean sea, the project under UN decade. Yeah? Second, the gap also on behavior. I think from ITB, I think Pak Hairul and also Pak Sumingen mentioning about behavior of household behavior. I think this is really important to study where is the main source of marine litter. And then the third, this is actually future work, how we develop plastic from marine-based plastic, so as an alternative. So this work actually was done not in my center, but in LIPI also, but LIPI Bandung, yeah. So that's all, Pak Heru. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Ya, thank you Pak Zainal atas informasinya. Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, so after all speakers already give some presentation, so now I would like to invite for the discussion. Probably the discussion is within the speakers also, and also there are some observers. Probably they have a question to the speaker, so I would like to invite also some staff from RC3S, and also probably Pak Makarim and also Pak Arif Yono, if you are still here, can raise a question. Ibu Ning and Ibu Listi. So, is there any question within yourself among the speakers? Atau Pak Arisman, bagaimana Pak Arisman?
Yeah, looks like we need a 5-minute break, Pak, and then continue the discussion. I don't know if Pak Widodo, you have to share something, Pak Widodo. You want to share something before we jump to the next session, please? You have something to say, Pak Widodo?
Thank you. So I will, if allowed, so I would like to present for the first for the next session, because I have
Whole
another
slide,
meeting.
yeah.
So probably
Only 2 or 3 slides, if you don't mind.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Mas Nabil.
So if we can see the ocean current in Indonesia, so we could, when the ocean currents are influenced by the monsoon system and also the bathymetric system. So the investigation that we made, that we would like to see how the response of the marine debris to the ocean current. Next, please. Lanjut, Mas. So we done some experiment in Java. In Java, we can see that the monsoon system is quite dominant in the Java Sea. So we trying to do the simulation for the microplastic distribution, and then also the macroplastic distribution also. Next, please. Lanjut, Mas. And in here we trying to experiment the marine from 14 coastal cities with the 25 initial particle at each river, and then simulate for 2 phase. The phase is the August until September 2019. Next one, please. Slide berikutnya, Mas. And then also we release the marine debris drifter. We deployed from the Cisadane River, start from 7 February 2020, and then we can see that the position is now nearby the Cocos Island. So already in the Indian Ocean. So if we can see that the marine debris tracker from February to April, sorry, February until March, so arriving around the Kangean waters, and then during April, the marine debris come to the Lombok Strait, and then start from May until June, so has been already in the Indian Ocean. So this is quite impressive because of the marine until the Indian Ocean. Next, please. So if we could imagine how the complexity of the Indian Ocean, so we can see that in the Indian Ocean we have the mesoscale eddy in here. So it's quite quite large AD here, and also in here we could see also the yellow dot here is the yellowfin tune, which is some of the associated with the by the anticyclonic upwelling. So the future investigation is we would like to have more research about the three-dimensional marine debris transportation by the ocean current. So I think that's all I could share with you. So thank you, Pak Arisman. Thank you, Mas Nabil. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Widodo. Pak Heru, you want to add something before we close?
Yeah, it's probably not conclusion, but from all the speakers mentioning already many activities already been done. So from university or from the research institution, and another one is from the government already provide some regulation and also policies and program. So we need actually hand in hand and also the use of research from the research to be implemented by national government or also local government. So I would like to thanks to all speakers. Hope that we can join for another occasion. Thank you very much, Pak Arisman and all speakers.
Yeah, thank you, Pak
Yes,
Heru.
Okay, Pak.
Please give applause for Pak Heru. Lead the discussion. My suggestion, because we are already a little bit late, if all of you agree, can we just going to the next session? Maybe we have like 5 minutes break, and all of you want to go to the restroom, you want to go to pray, so you can exit the Zoom for a while, and then I think it's more convenient we continue, if you don't mind. Do you agree with me? Yeah, so we just continue. I would like to invite Dr. Olsen from NIVA and Dr. Yvonne to lead the discussion. I leave to both of them to lead the discussion, and they will lead the next session. Thank you so much for all of the experts. So see you and hope the next collaboration with all of you. Thank you so much. Please, Ibu Yvonne and Olsen. Yeah.
Yes. So if you can all hear me and see me now, then please allow me to very short introduce myself. My name is Marianne Olsen, and I work at the Norwegian Institute for Water Research, where I'm a research manager for the section of environmental contaminants. And we also work on plastics, microplastics and macroplastics within NIVA. And as you have already heard from Torbjørn Larsen, the project ASIANO is addressing a wide range of issues related to plastics. And I'm also involved in this project together with, I would also like to mention a third colleague here today, Dr. Rachel Hurley. Maybe you would show yourself, Rachel, so that the others can see your face and hear your voice.
Hello everyone. I'm a researcher at NIVA as well. I'm in a different section to Marianne in environmental chemistry, but I've been working on microplastics and also macro for about 7 years now. So I'm involved in the ASIANO project in the monitoring side of things.
Thank you, Rachel. And for the discussion now. Well, first I would just like to take the opportunity to thank you all for your contributions and for your presentations, which was very efficiently and to the point. So I think we got a very good understanding of the competence and experience that is among all the universities and institutes that is present here today. And I would also like to say that it's very good for the ASEANO project to have this overview and understanding of the research that is ongoing and the competence and expertise that is found in all the universities and institutes in Indonesia. This is, of course, extremely important for the project because our attention is to supplement and to build upon what is already going on in Indonesia. So maybe Dr. Yvonne would also like to present herself shortly.
Okay, thank you, Mariana. My name is, can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Yes. My name is Yvonne Rajawane. I'm working in oceanography study program in Bandung Institute of Technology, and my research interesting is about the implementation or the role of current hydrodynamic model to environmental problem, including the marine debris. I'm working marine debris. I think I started maybe 5 years, 6 years ago for using by making the numerical modeling for the transportation of marine debris. Thank you. Thank you very much for all of you.
So for the discussion now, I think that we will need to have a certain structure, and I will ask you to try to use the raise hand function that is in Zoom. You will find it under the participants icon, and I will ask what they want to help me to keep track of the raised hands as they appear. But of course, it's also possible to try to make a sign, but I cannot see all the faces on my screen. So this is, you're using the raise hand is the only way that I can actually see who wants to be or to contribute or to have a comment in the discussion. So I would encourage you to do so. And I will also like to say that we have prepared some guiding questions, and we will start by addressing these questions, but of course the discussion can develop. I know that there are several of the participants that have prepared some PowerPoint and files that they may like to present, and we can see if that is, if we have the time to do so and if it's appropriate, but I will still encourage those that share the screen to make it short and to the point, so that we don't have time for 19 to present a lot of different slides. But of course, if there are some slides that you feel is very important to illustrate your comments, then we can see if that's possible. I think we will have some support from CSEAS in sharing this. Yeah. And we have a little, we have almost 2 hours now. In the end, the last minutes, there will be, of the discussion, there will be a summary, which Dr. Rachel Hurley will try to put together as we speak. Okay, so then the aim of the discussion is to touch upon several questions. And we will try to start by identifying the present state of art in Indonesia with regard to plastic waste pollution, and to learn from already ongoing research to understand best practices and solutions. So many of these questions, they are pointing to the sources and to how to understand the sources and how to try to control the sources. So I think we should start by talking about the knowledge that we have now. And several of you have already pointed to the lack or the need of better infrastructure and analytical methods, and also of the standardization of monitoring methods. So I would like to raise a few questions. So what do we know, and what are the knowledge gap in presence on the presence of plastic waste? And to go a bit further into this, I would like to have some comments on the matrices that is monitored as of now. So in your point of view, which matrices is missing, and where are the major gaps when it comes to monitoring? So if anyone would like to start, I can see that we have Dr. Practico, his hand is raised, and after him it's Ario Damar. So Dr. Practico, if you would like to start. I think you will have to
PPT or presentation on some of those. Then I will reflect the answering question regarding to article session 2. Can I have some of the my material?
Yes,
possible?
you're welcome to do so. And if you need some support from CSEAS, I think they will provide you that.
I think they will be better, yes. I would like to move on page 9, please. Slide 9. Okay, that's it. Okay, so when we ask about what do we know, what are the knowledge gap present plastic waste in the environment of Indonesia? First of all, I've been mentioning before, there will be a challenge because now exists Act 23, 2014. So before the jurisdiction, 12 mile divided into the kabupaten kota as well as province. But not everything now under the province. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is before. Next slide. 14, please. 14. 14. Okay. So when we are dealing with marine debris, then we will utilize integrated coastal ocean management. This is the problem. No, not problem. This is the challenge. Because now the jurisdiction controlled by the province, but the marine debris mostly in the municipal or district. So I think we have to work out integration, penetration, how to have communication officer on the field, integrating in the Province Act, but actually coordinating with the Kabupaten Kota, municipal. Because now when we were having research on zonation, on reclamation, we found that there was or there is a problem among the district as well as the province. So this is the thing. So when we reduce the source, number one, what do we know? So we have to reduce the source. When we reduce the source, participation of people in the district should be achieved. Participation cannot be achieved if there is no such leadership. So we need leadership. So when we talk about the act from the national, provincial, up to district, the message should be up to the ground level, up to the people. You know, now it seems to be easier, just like in the United States, the autonomy is to the province or to the state, but actually not grabbing to the district and municipal or something like that. So this is the challenge. The source will be household, industry, packaging, ship, because some of the fisher ship also cutting off the net or something like that, you know. So when we are talking about marine debris or plastic debris, when I was in the ministry, then we have tough question from Australia, because most of the plastic went down up to Darwin or those kind of thing. So we have to manage in the area before floating in the ocean. Cutting the linkage, and actually one before mentioned weak regulation because not touching the district, not touching the people. So this is the thing that we need coordination. Next slide, please. 15. So, no, the 15 before. Yeah, that one. So ICM, ICOM, pollution control. So when we talk about pollution control, actually the source mostly from the Kabupaten city. Kabupaten is district, city is municipal. And education, of course, or capacity building, because most of the people throwing the garbage, even plastic, into the river. Stop selling or utilizing the plastic into what you call it, store or supermarket, those kind of thing. I think Philippines is quite advanced in enforcing the regulation, because in 2015 they are already putting regulation no plastic at all in the grocery. So they are utilizing a paper bag or something like that. We don't talk about in Germany. In Germany, in '84, we have to buy plastic, you know. So this is the thing that we have to deal with. Please, up to slide 33. Okay, so this one. Coordination, national, province, district. So when we're dealing with mitigate the plastic or marine debris, so we have to have this kind of thing. We have Constraint Act 27 approaching to the district and to municipal. Act number 124 as well. 23 is pulling back to the province. So we have to work out those kind of thing. And in East Java, for example, is issued Perda number 1, 2018 zonation. So zonation is actually under the province. So this is the two organizations that might help penetration and coordination, HAPI and Mitra Bahari. Okay, I think this is the thing that I would like to mention. Please to the slide 34. Next slide, please. Is that this one? So this is the, we call it with program Mitra Bahari. This is the thing that actually penetrate to the province. This is under Act 27, and the decision is under the head of the Dinas Kelautan Perikanan province. So actually, when we talk about the marine debris, due to the regulation, so we have to deal with the regulation first. Of course, technically, expert on waste and marine debris can deal with, but whenever going to the coast and ocean, then we have to deal with this kind of regulation. I think hopefully this one will be, I expect that I may able to communicate with you with I do have material here, not only in the PPT, but the way how we solve this kind of thing. But for me, I used to be DG Marine, Coast and Small Island. So we know those kind of thing, how we deal with all Indonesian province. So hopefully I may able to help. I may able to participate to make Indonesia better. Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you, Dr. Praktiko. I would still like to bring, I think this is, of course, important thoughts from your side. I would like to try to bring this discussion to the topics of monitoring and the gap of knowledge, and also for the next ones that have raised their hands, if you have some opinions on the state of art regard to monitoring, and also what monitoring can tell us about sources, I will be happy to hear your opinions about that. So I will give the word to Dr. Aryo Damar.
Yes, thank you very much, Marianne. And if I may, I would like to share one slide. So not this, my slide. Actually, I have one resume slide. If I may, I could share from my laptop here.
I think CSEAS will have to give you access to, or allow you to share.
No, so far could not.
Yeah, Nabil.
Pak Narisman, if I may. Okay.
Yeah, Nabil, please.
Okay. I have already.
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
Yes. So this is like just a very short resume about the plastic pollution in the marine environment, especially in Indonesia. So if we compare the problem of plastic marine pollution in Indonesia and in Europe, so the problem is much more severe in Indonesia because we have more people living in Indonesia, and also some non-technical problems related to the behavior of the people in dealing with this plastic pollution. So if we try to group the problem related or with this plastic pollution, is we could group it into three components. The first component is the sources. So the sources of this plastic waste. And then the second is how we block this plastic waste not to go into the waters, meaning not to go into the river or canals and some other water's body in the land. And then the third is how we could block this plastic waste not entering the marine environment. So in my opinion, and also according to our research, so the sources is a very important component that need to be handled. Is a key factors. So we know the main sources of this plastic pollution is the food and daily product packaging, which is sorted from, for example, the food, the instant noodle, and some other daily products that we are using every day. So like the shampoo or soaps and some other products. Then that's why the key factor to be able to reduce the volume of this plastic waste is on how we able to control these sources of this plastic waste. So in principle, the principle of reuse and delaying time of those plastic to become the waste is very important. So measures and effort that we need to do is to delay those plastic package into the waste. So we have to find a way or some alternative method that able to delay those waste in those plastic package into the waste. So we need to seek alternative methods, and then to seek some circular economy system of how to use this plastic package into some other economic alternative that able to delay this plastic into the waste. So that's the key factor that we need to deal with related to this plastic waste. So related to the research also, then we have to do that research focusing on how we deal with that thing also. And then the second component is how we block this plastic waste. Once entering the land, then we should be able to reduce this waste not to go into the waters. So in some cases in Indonesia especially, so we still have a problem in handling this waste on land, and sometimes they are just because of some leakage or some rain or even some direct disposal into the water. This is also very important. Some measures that need to be done, some collecting the waste regularly, providing facilities, and then the most important thing is community awareness. So community awareness of the people living in Indonesia on how the behavior to reduce the volume of the plastic waste is very important. And then law enforcement is also very important. We know in Indonesia, we have a regulation about this, how to combat this plastic. In the Ministry of MOAF itself is, they are available about the regulation about this, and is already available in place, the regulation. So special for marine debris, for example, we have National Plan of Action under the Presidential Regulation number 83, 2018. It is also about how to reduce, how to handle the marine debris in Indonesia. And also about how to reduce the volume of the waste. It is also already mentioned in our Presidential Regulation in number 97, 2007. And then the third one component is how to block the waste once enter the river, for example, it's not going into the sea, because once it's go into the sea, then it's very difficult to handle it. So that's the point that I would like to share with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damar. If anyone has a comment to these two presentations that has now been on the screen, please raise your hand, and we will give you the opportunity to talk after. We have now heard Dr. Sharul. So please, Sharul, the screen is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. May I share the screen? My screen?
Yes, you may. Okay. If CSEAS gives you the access to do so.
Yeah. Okay. So actually, my presentation about the same topic with the previous presenter, that focusing on where the waste coming from to the sea. So we're focusing on the municipal solid waste. So in my presentation, how to improve the municipal solid waste management to prevent marine litter. So this is a very important because if we are talking the source of the waste in the sea, so at least the most, the most contributors is coming from the land base, meaning that from the urban area. So this is my presentation about how the Bandung city actually to improve the municipal solid waste management. So this is about the Bandung city. I'm not talking in detail, but in a principle is almost cities in Indonesia has a different coverage area for municipal solid waste, meaning that not all area is coverage or have municipal solid waste services. So there are several areas should be managed by the community. That's the point with the slide. So same also in Bandung. But if you're talking about the municipal solid waste in general in Indonesia, then there will be all paradigm. We can say usually as collect, haul, and dispose. But regarding related with the law number 18, 2008 on waste management, so the all paradigms should be shifted into recycling, into prioritizing the recycling at source. So in this scheme, I want to show that in Bandung also has already tried to not just only the old paradigm. Of course, we still relies on this system, collect, haul, and dispose as much as possible. But some part of the waste is become recycled at source. So this is the situation in Bandung. And I want to show what is the municipal solid waste generation and composition. So in here, I want to show that based on this data, the municipal solid waste generation is increased by the time. So in here, just only in 1998, 1.5 kilogram per capita per day. But based on our study in 2018, the waste generation become increased until 0.64 kilogram per capita per day, meaning that more waste generated in land base. And if we consider about the municipal composition in here, the interesting is the plastic waste become the second largest portion in the municipal solid waste stream, meaning that much more undegradable waste can be reached to the sea. So based on our study in 1998, the proportion of plastic only 11%. But based on the JICA, which we are cooperated with the JICA in this 2008, the proportion about 10%. But based on the data of the city, the plastic waste become 16. So this is a very interesting data that the plastic waste, as we know that the plastic is not degradable and become maybe contribute more in the marine debris. So like I mentioned that Bandung city has no city in the administrative area, but the Bandung city actually located in upstream of Citarum, meaning that if much more waste are not handling improper. So in here to show the data in 2015, that discharge to the river is 3%, meaning that about 54 tons per day are discharged to the river, meaning that if Bandung City is classified as upstream area of the Citarum River, so of course the waste will flow to the mid and downstream and finally to the sea. And like I mentioned that the plastic waste become important because become the second largest of the waste. And based on our study, then there will be 6% are self-handling at source by the community, not just only with the municipal solid waste stream, but also the community should take a place, take a role for managing their waste. So in here, about 3.4 tons per day of plastic packaging waste only. I'm not talking about the municipal solid waste in total, but just only plastic waste are self-handling at source about 3.5 tons per day. So there are several measures that are already taken by Bandung City. I list some of them. One is a zero waste. This is at the community level to establish better municipal solid waste. And there are recently there are 143 zones from the airway, Rukun Warga in Bandung, and also waste bank. So waste bank nowadays become important players because it may have circular economy, because based on our data in 2 years ago, is about 3 billion. The annual cash flow is a very, very big amount of money actually. So it's a very important data in here that based on the community base, I mean the community base of solid waste actually can make a circular economy because it involves a big amount of money. Yeah? So another mission taken by Bandung City, there is Kang Pisman. We call it as for reduce, segregate, and recycling. This is in Sundanese, and also individual and communal biodigester. And nowadays also in Bandung City prohibit the supermarket or mini market to use a single-use plastic. Meaning that if you want to use a single use plastic, you have to pay more. There is additional costs. Yeah. Like I mentioned for in self-introduction, brief introduction, I propose for involving so many, proposing involving the other stakeholders. So in here, based on our study, how the producer can take the responsibility for plastic waste management. Yeah, in here we put some flows that producer can take a role. And like I mentioned also in the previous introduction, so this is the study that we conducted in last year in Thousand Islands district, yeah, regency, sorry. So in Kepulauan Seribu, we tried to get the willingness to participate. It's very interesting that the community actually willing to do a better and appropriate municipal solid waste management. So being volunteer, involving in waste treatment, paying some money, and recycling the waste at source. So most or all the activities is the community willing to do actually. So this is a very important how we deal with the marine debris. So we focus on the urban waste management. Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Sharur. And again, I would say that if anyone has a comment to the slides and the contribution from Dr. Sharur here, please just raise your hand and you will be given the opportunity to give your comments later. And I will also like to say that there is yes, we have seen now that there are several also earlier in session one made a point out of course, the need to control land-based sources to also deal with the marine pollution. So this may be something that several would like to address. We have heard that there are several institutes and universities that work on rivers and transport and freshwater systems to try to get an understanding of the contribution from the rivers. I would also like to just raise a few questions. Obviously, there is a need to involve more stakeholders, and there will be several actors that need to be involved to deal with the pollution problem. So how can we improve the awareness and change behavior of people? Is there anyone that has several or any thoughts about that? And also, what kind of actions are needed to have more actors work together? So these questions can just be in the back of your head. But now I will give the word to Dr. Zainal from LIPI. Are you there? Yes, you are.
Thank you, Mariani. Thank you. I think I'm commenting also what previous speaker, Pak Hairul. Yeah. So if we look at the big picture on the source of marine litter, marine plastic litter. So we knew at least like 4 main, like for example, municipality, for sure, and then agriculture, industrial, and maritime. So from 4 sources, 3 coming from land, actually, right? So this is a mixed sense. It's coming from land because who is making litter? It's us, we, human, right? So in the big picture, for example, in Indonesia, 60% population in Indonesia stay in Java. So actually, if we can handle plastic litter from Java itself, it helped, I think. So that's my my point. And then from my desktop study, it's not finished yet, but I'm reviewing around almost 100 published paper, 97, right? So I'm sure it's increasing, but most scientists paper was focusing on microplastic. 45% working on microplastic. Macroplastic only 32%, and solid social like human behavior only 23%. This is how research interest, scientist interest with the manager interest is quite different. Actually, microplastic is important, but in the long run, right? But we need to handle macroplastic that enter to the sea. So that's why I think the research should be focuses on microplastic. That's what, and then also in the long run, we also have to focus on behavior. I think several speaker has been raised issue on how household behavior. I think if you, I'm sure in Norway, Canada, Australia, so they have segregating the garbage, litter from household. I think this also that raised by Pak Hairul and also Pak Widi previously. So my suggestion is how to inline the manager interest, Pak Heru, KLHK, and also the KKP, and also the Ministry of Tourism, because tourism also drive also litter. Tourism cause littering also, like study done by Pak Hairul in Pari Island. That's create littering also. So if we have a study on human behavior, I think this is also really support in the long run. Thank you, Mariani.
Thank you, Dr. Faina. And again, I would like to ask if there's anyone that has a comment to any of these 4 contributors so far. I will give the screen to Dr. Gitalina. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing your names correctly, but I hope please correct me if I'm wrong.
It's all right. Yeah, it's right. It's right. Okay, thank you. I think I agree with Pak Zainal from DP said that behavioral study is important in for the mitigation of plastic waste. And as we know that the source of plastic litters mostly coming from household, and the most what you call like when it's raining, it's easy to find plastic cups, bottles on the street when after raining, heavy raining, and it means that the plastic mostly coming from the kids who buying drinks from cups or bottles. So I think it's important to involve educators from early childhood and from primary school to make a character building, to make them more aware of the effect of the plastic litters on the environment. So because if we just depend on the research, technology, and on how to overcome plastic waste in the ocean, it's very difficult to achieve the aim, because the litters always coming produced by this the community. So we have to change the behavior of the community from very early education, like in the early childhood education. So we need to involve the educator for this. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And so now it seems to be important, from what both you and several others have said, that we need to also take into consideration socioeconomic context, and also behavior studies are important. And there are many actors that need to be involved. And I would again like to just throw out the question, maybe someone would like to address this question. So how can the scientific research contribute to raise awareness? And what do you think about that? I will give the word to Dr. Hidayat from LIPI.
Yes, thank you, Marian. And I would like to give a comment on Hairul about the source of the waste. That, yes, we really have a problem from the management, but we cannot also concern only on the urban area, but also the problem also in the rural area, because in the area that we have good management, especially in the area which is yeah, they have proper management with in the urban area, but in the rural area they don't have the solution to trash their litter. Where and that's the problem actually that we see in the area that the river can be the once it's flooded is come out all the litter. And then that's why we should also think about what steps that we can help these rural people to manage the all litter, and including also plastic, that can we can also do something for the circular economy, something like that. And also here the importance of leadership that I observe that in the neighborhood that they have like just like green airway, green neighborhood, that they really can do something with plastic collection and all other trash that we can recycle. That's also make things that step forward for this management. And also we also need to concern about the multidisciplinary complexity of plastic emission. That's I mentioned before, that from the production where the producer also have to concern about the product that contains plastic, for example, for packaging, then yeah, we can do with something like in the Jakarta area. There's people that make eco brick from a sachet, a small packaging of the food that we can give them the plastic, and then they protect it. And we need to also to raise that awareness and appreciate that steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hidayat. So thank you for your contribution. And right now there are no hands raised, as I can see it. But I would like to again give some questions that maybe someone would like to comment on. So, yes.
Sorry, Devi raised her hand.
Okay, sorry, you just saw. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
I'm sorry that but I can't see you on my list. So thank you for helping out, keeping an eye on the raised hands. Yes, Devi.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Marian. Thank you, Pak Arisman. And thank you for Bapak Ibu semua. I am agree with the other comment of the experts. So I try to share my presentation that the problem not only in the mainland. So the Hairul already mentioned about the municipal problem. May I share my presentation?
Yes, please do so. I'm sure someone will give you the access to share.
Okay. I just want to show you about the problem from the small island. The small island, and then the island has a problem with the accessibility to the mainland. So the problem of the community there is how to manage the solid waste that produce from their activities. And the activities in the island is mostly from tourism area. So I want, this is my presentation. So maybe we can go to the slide about the next slide. For the preliminary research in our research center, we try to categorize in the 3 categories. Yes, this slide. We try to categorize the location based on the data. The first categorize is area that industrial area. This is we try to compare the season, the west season and the east season. And then the second categorize is in the tourism area in Bali, and the third category is a small island. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the first categorized in the Banten Bay. Banten Bay is representative for industrial area. There are 2 different conditions from west season and east season. The next slide. The second categorized is in Bali. Bali is representative as tourism area, and yes, this is the what we call the debris or the litter is come from the other part of Bali area. This is the model, the distribution model of the debris that accumulated in the Kuta Bay. So next slide, please. Next. Now this is the small island that I already mentioned before. This is a tourism area, small island. Next. slide, please. Next slide. This is some part of island is tourist resort. The previous slide, back one slide. Yes, this slide. Yeah. Next slide, please. Next. Before the one slide before this slide, I want to show you the this is the solid waste from community in that island, in a small island. There are just what we just dropped some solid waste in one part of the island, and waiting for the transporter from main island to take the solid waste here to the main island. So this is the problem for the small island, is the accessibility to solid waste management. And if the what we call that transboundary can come from small island to just example in the Bali Island. So next slide, please. This is just I want to show the microplastic in Jakarta Bay. My colleagues already analyzed, already have data about the microplastic component in some fish in Jakarta Bay. And then the next slide. Next, we go to the conclusion slide. Next. Yes. So maybe this is the problem. We already maybe the other institution already get the data. So how to manage the data, how to synchronize data, how to coordinate the data, and then the scientific data become an implementation. This is our problem, how to harmonize the research result, the implementation, and the policy. And next slide, please. The last slide. Next slide. Yes, I think this is the point of my view. That the next step is strengthening execution of intervention from upstream intervention or from downstream or from every stakeholder intervention. And then the second step, I think, is strengthening monitoring and surveillance system. It needs harmonized or need standardization. And then the third step is about the partnership or collaboration. Yeah, just thank you. That's my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Devi. And again, I cannot see any raised hands. So if there are any raised hands, others can see. Please help me out with that one.
May I, Mariana?
Yes, of course, Dr. Marcus, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mariana. Yeah, in my opinion, that to handle this marine debris, we cannot just separate with other issue. Like issue that you mentioned before is about community awareness, and now is about the scientific measures. And I think it's complicated. From my experience, that it should be in integrated measures. If you see on the beach about the waste after we collect in our monitoring, we found that most of the litter, most of the garbage is a plastic product. See, so when we say that this is a plastic product, so we will point to community awareness. We can say that, okay, community just throw there are garbage everywhere, and then will come to the beach. And then we also will point out to the producers, it's private sectors. So from this, when we study about the community awareness, I've done a small study about this, and I try to answer whether the community aware about the garbage. Actually, they're aware. They want to, if they have a product in their hand, they want to put in the garbage. But there's no garbage bin on the street or everywhere. It's mean that it needs a government to manage this. So from the awareness from the community, now we move to government. So if there's government, no action to manage their garbage, so it will be, it happened like that. So when we point out the government, we'll see that actually their lack of innovation. I deal with I collaborate with the local government and my provincial government. They are officers, but they are not scientists. Sometimes they think by themselves. They don't want to collaborate with the scientists. Scientists have many innovation and many ideas, but when they want to do their project after they get fund from the national government, they just do their project. They see that this is a project. So that's why government, I don't want to point out the government actually, but this one stakeholders that really need to be involved in the management. So from the community, move to government, and now I point out to the producers, private sectors. I saw that there's one or two big company. I don't want to say here what company is, but they produce a plastic product with that we found on the beach. This is your product. Why don't you concern about your product? But what they say, well, but we put our money to rehabilitation of mangroves. We do our money to environment awareness. Oh no, this is different. We should directly overcome the problem. So we ask them to reduce, don't use them, like say the glass plastic bottles, glass plastic. If you see there's some products with about 300 milliliters, that's many community like to use it because it's easy and they can drink it and then throw away the plastic. So, but they don't want to do that. So this is complicated to see, yeah. So from the community to government and private sectors need to combine together to integrate their measures to do that, the management. And now we come to the scientists. What scientists do? Scientists can do everything, actually. They can go to the social science to manage. Yeah, we can say that, okay, we did our study about this, but no result. My experience, I have dealt with this garbage, this marine litter since 5 years ago. And then I found that, it's quite, I get headache actually. Sorry, I should say that. But this is a challenge for me, challenge for us all, that we need to not only the science, but one step ahead, one step forward. We need to do something technology based. We need to find plastic that can degrade in environment. I heard some scientists have found that some plastic with bacteria or other substances can degrade. I think that's the answer. So we need to really, for the scientists, we need not only just simple one, but we need to more sophisticated activities to produce technology or method to degrade the sample, the plastic. That's my opinion, Marina. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think that you are now addressing also some of these guiding questions that we had, and thank you for that, because you are mentioning many of the different actors that need to work together, from the community side, the people, private sector, government, scientists, all are pieces in this puzzle to be able to solve the challenges. And you are also addressing how scientists can contribute, and saying that we may need to also move into other fields of science that has maybe not been given priority, but there are indeed a lot of activities going on also on these alternative materials and degradation of materials in the environment. So maybe there are others that now have a comment to what has been said earlier. I can see a hand here now. It's Dr. Hendravan. So please, the screen is yours.
Maybe Ibu Ivon.
Yeah.
Yeah, after Pak Hendrawan.
Thank you. Sorry, my internet connection sometime break, so not a stable connection here. Yeah, that's a very interesting discussion today, and I think I'm also agree with Ibu Devi and Prof. Markus that yeah, we need to link the scientists with the government policy. Yeah, yeah, I think number of research have been done by scientists over the world and also in Indonesia, but yeah, most of them end up in the journal, scientific journal, and yeah, very popular journal. But rare of those research end up in the government policy. So I would like to underline that we
Okay, I think we have a problem with the connection.
need to link up government. Sorry, can you hear?
Yes, just keep going. I think we can hear. It's a bit unstable, but yes.
Yeah. So whatever scientists do, without government, so without link it with the government policy, it will be no meaning. It will be no meaning. Just like a document in a library or on the in the journal, scientific journal. So I saw my presentation.
Yeah, sure.
Short presentation regarding to this because on yeah.
Yes, please do so if you have the access to share.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah. So I would like to underline how to integrating the research into the government policy throughout the partnership. So I want to show the Bali people perspective here. Since last year, we just launched the Bali partnership. So we involve the government, organization, community, and university into one like a community we call the Bali Partnership. How then we work together, we move to reducing this marine plastic based on scientific data. Yeah, we also identify lot of organization was actively work to combating this waste problem in Bali. However, most of them working very limited. Yeah, limited. I mean that doesn't have a big impact. They are working very local area. They didn't work with collaboration with others. They work by themselves. So through this partnership, we're trying to engage them, to support them by the university to show the data, providing the data, and how we work together. Yeah, this our data last year before our government, Bali government, launched the Perda about the marine Perda reducing of marine plastic in Bali. So we trying to map out the big picture about a Bali problem regarding to this waste problem in Bali. So Bali people was produce more than 4,000 tons of waste every day, and most of them is organic, and the second largest is plastic, and 50% of them is coming from three biggest regency, Denpasar, Badung, and Gianyar. And from those of data, we're trying to identify with International Solid Waste Association, and we identified that only 48% of them was responsibly managed, and more than 50% was mismanaged waste. And sadly, most of them was retained into the environment or retained in the water body. And this also our research last year, since 2017, and also we providing this data to our government. And yeah, from those of data, then we identify the smallest region, administrative region in Bali. We in kecamatan, we identify the kecamatan that need to intervention from the government based on our scientific data. Then we trying to map it and propose to government. And since this year, start from this year, then based on this data, one regency in Jembrana piloting to develop proper waste management, supporting by the private sector and also government itself. So we need to make a collaboration. We need to link our scientific data into the government, and how then we can work together and evaluate the program based also on scientific data. And of course, the capacity building need to regularly move forward, need to educate the young people, educate the student how to monitor. Then we can make like a citizen science, and also raising the awareness from the early stage of people and others. So I would like to underline that we need to link the scientists, the university to the with the government, and how then the our research could be implementing by the government, and how then people and government support the program to reducing this marine plastic problem. I think that's all I want to talk. Yeah, we need to link that scientists with the government. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for sharing this very interesting example of how to work together, and also pointing out that this is based on scientific research and your mapping of the big picture, as you said, of pollution. And I also saw that many of the actors involved in your partnership was NGOs. So they have not been mentioned so far today, but obviously they could also be a very important actor in the collaboration between the different stakeholders. Are there any comments to this? Dr. Yvonne, can you see any hands that I cannot see?
Or there's Pak Domingos from Ambon. Pak Domingos, right?
Okay.
Yeah, Pak Domingos.
Okay. Good, thank you.
Add some thoughts about how to reduce the marine litter, about plastics. So far, we are talking about how to manage, how to deal with the plastics. But as long as we still produce plastics, and then our dream to have no plastics in the sea might not come true. Why? We still produce the plastic. So the best way of reducing plastic is how to reduce the production of plastics. Non-biodegradable plastics, and we try to improve the research to find out or to make a biodegradable plastic or make easily degradable plastic, and then we can solve the problem. Because if not, and then we need many, tens or hundreds years to solve this problem. We learn from the success story about the energy. When we try to replace the fossil fuel, and then it's very hard, but as we find out how to replace the fossil fuel with biofuel, and then our worry about the global warming can be reduced. So we cannot produce the fossil fuel anymore. For example, as Indonesia has produced the biofuel, biodiesel, so it can replace the use of the huge fossil fuel. The same way, we can make a very, very easy plastics, biodegradable plastic, so that we cannot spend a lot of energy to how to deal with the plastic. So maybe by training the people how to manage, and then let the nature degrade the plastics, and then we can we need only very few time to overcome the problems we have right now. So this is the important role of the scientists or science to find out how to reduce the plastic. So we start from reducing the production of non-biodegradable plastic, and then try to replace with biodegradable plastics. And then everything will flow easily. Because why? As the government intervene with the regulations, and then people are improved with the character building, and then we will come up with good management or good handling of the plastics. This is, the problem is in Indonesia. It's very, not only in Java, but in Ambon, as a small city, is also face the same problem. I learned from my experience when I lived in Japan for almost 7 years, and then how Japan could overcome the problem of plastics. So people can use plastics in Japan, but because they know how to manage, and then they have a very low problem about the plastics. And then for Indonesia, we are practical, live for the practical way. So plastic is very, very simple. So that's why, and then we have no ability to manage the plastics. So we just throw the plastics anywhere. So we just let other people think about the plastics. So this is the problem. So what my point is, we try to replace first the plastics, the non-degradable plastics, with the biodegradable plastics. And then we gradually try to solve or to find out the way of how to integrate all the resources to reduce the plastics pollutions. Maybe that's for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mingus. And I would just like to ask you, since you proposed, and you're not the only one, that the biodegradable plastics is a part of the solution, can you see any clear obstacles on the way towards biodegradable plastics? And maybe others also that would like to comment on this. Okay, yeah, I think you are muted, Dr. Dominguez. I will ask you to unmute.
My point is, as long as we produce plastics, and then the production of plastics is continuous, because we need plastics. So as long as we produce plastics, and then the problem to reduce the plastic will be could not be overcome. Why? Because first, human tends to have a practical way of living. So plastic, we use plastic, it's very light, and then, well, it's very simple. So, and then it takes hundreds of years or tens of years to be degraded. So that's the problem. And then if we can try to find out the plastic that can be degraded in very short of time, and then it will be very good. And then this is the role of the science and scientists. We find out how to produce. As I said, I said before that we learn also from the beginning of when we depend only on the fossil fuel, and then the threat of global warming. And then as the fossil fuel gradually is replaced by biofuel, and then the threat of the global warming can be reduced. And now, if we can replace the non-biodegradable plastic gradually, and then we will face the same case with the energy, as I mentioned before. So we also work for all aspects of the life. I mean, from the government, from the scientists, from the community, from the media, and all work together to cope up this problem. So, for example, like in America or in Japan, like alcohol is prohibited. I mean, it's banned for driving or while driving, and then it's really works. So in Indonesia, we have no such regulations. So accidents due to the drunk still high. can be reduced only by the regulations and then the strict regulations. So all aspects or all stakeholders have the opportunity and responsibility for this issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much for elaborating on this. Again, I will need to ask if there are any hands raised that I cannot see.
Mariana?
Yes, please. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want to add some more suggestions for your project. So whenever I already mentioned that you will deal with the many stakeholders, as I've mentioned before, and my short suggestion is that we could separate the project into two terms, for the short terms and long terms. When you do the short terms, please do with the waste management of a city. So please help local government to improve their waste management. That's for the short term, because they really need help. Not only for the idea innovation, there is innovation and idea already there, but they need some sources of funding to manage the city. This is for short term, and for long term, please do with the awareness of community awareness, because after you can start from the beginning with all the activities, but for the community awareness, please do long term and continue. It will move to a culture. If they are build their culture to manage their garbage, it will be very good. So that's my short suggestion for your project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe there are others that would like to comment on this. On the short term, is it first and most a question of funding for the waste management systems to be fully functional? I can also see, so if anyone would like to comment on that, they are free to do so. I would also like to pay your attention to the chat function in Zoom, because there is sort of a discussion going on also in parallel with what is going on the screen here. So we could just take a brief look at that. And I can see that there is a dialogue here now regarding a roadmap of research and the need for this, where researchers can work together with policymakers and strategic stakeholders in developing the roadmap, and also with the aim of harmonization of research. And there seems to be support of this proposal. So some maybe also would like to comment on this. I will give the word to Dr. Zainal Telipi.
Zainal?
Yes,
thank you. Thank you again, Mariana. I'm sorry. I would like to comment Professor Marcus and also Buning on a link, right? I think the idea of developing short-term and long-term, I think that's a good idea. So if we would like to go with short-term, Marcus' suggestion is quite right, by approaching a local government or municipality, either district or agency, because from there we can develop what maybe the short term is how to reduce this plastic litter goes to the sea, right? So by changing behavior of the household, that's the thing that we have to go. From Buning, I think about a roadmap. I think the most important is the question for us, for scientists, is what the right question that we have to pose to answer the need of the manager, Pak Heru, or KLHK, KKP, for example. So what they are really need, that's the important thing. And then, because from my desktop review, about how many percent? 46, almost 50% scientists working on microplastic. But for the short term, I think actually we have to focus on macroplastic, right? So that's the approach. Social science research, only 20%, less than, like 20% of a publication on plastic litter related with social issue. In fact, social issue is very important for me. So that's why if we would like to go with the roadmap, we have to have the concept like, it's already there actually, the concept. For example, we reduce by 2025 or 2024, 70% of marine plastic. But how to do that? So we have, I think, we have the same idea now. For example, okay, determine of the source of marine plastic. We knew already from this discussion and also from publication, it's mostly coming from municipality. Municipality where? From a household. It's not from industry or from, because industry is easy like to manage, but still, right? So that's kind of a question that we have to go to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, I will have to look for raised hands, and someone may also help me to look for those hands. So, yeah, Arisman, please.
Sumangan from University of Indonesia, maybe. Pak Sumangan, you raise your hand. Unmute first, Pak. Di unmute dulu, Pak. Pak Sumangan. Bisa, Pak? Unmute, Pak. Nabil.
Okay.
Bisa, Pak? Oh ya, oke.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. When we are looking for the solution of the issue of plastic waste entering to the sea right now, I think I would say, would you mind to, I have one slide, can be shown maybe please? Pak Nabil, ya. Yang gambar terakhir saya punya aja.
Pak Nabil.
Actually, how to link the researcher and the policymaker, there is a way. Ya, terus yang terakhir, gambarnya aja. Satu lagi.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. When we are thinking about the plastic entering to the ocean, so many people say that 80% based on the source from land, 20% based on ocean. And then when we are looking for in the land basis, let's say there are plastic producer. And then one plastic producer can produce plastic that can be used for human being. However, they also discharge of the plastic waste, it is persistent. And then if we are thinking about the use of the plastic additive, it is also a stuff of very persistent and very dangerous for human being. And then the next, so it's mean either the producer, they produce like waste going into the soil, going into the fresh water, and going finally into the marine water. And then the next, there are plastic used by the distributor. Distributor use the plastic, distribute to the community. Even the distributor, they also produce waste. And the waste, I believe, most of the persistent plastic waste, going into the fresh water, going into the soil, and going also into the sea litter. And talking about the institution, people, and there are so many people either at home, at the workplace, and also at the picnic area. They all people using plastic, and some people are throwing away the plastic use. And then I would say that in terms of controlling the plastic producer, there is a rule, or there is like international ISO 14000. We can use that for controlling the plastic producer. Just this is voluntary, like standard, international standardization for environmental pollution. And then for the like institution, like producer, also we can use that applied in small scale. In terms of the household, community, at home, this is everybody talk already that community behavior change. Community behavior change is not easy. People used to change only until like awareness, attitude, and behavior. Whatever we have to behavior change, we have to come up, reach to the value. Our experience like now, the COVID-19 under the government or the policymaker used to blame the community doesn't not discipline. But in my point of view, the government doesn't reach to the value of the community. Actually, there is a method how to make the value of the community would like to throw away the right place of the plastic. And then finally, I would like to suggest that how about just try to, everybody already have a research and it's very useful, and everybody talk about the stakeholder, how to link the, I think we should try to do a pilot project in a small scale. Like first, we have to do like comprehensive research and accurate and then complete in order to plan like the strategic plan at the level of the like small scale, like urban city or something like that. In order to link the policymaker and the researcher, we can use all the researchers and do this strategic analysis whether the policymaker and the researcher will talk, and finally will develop the strategy for addressing the risk. And then finally, we can develop like operational plan. In the operational should be included like micro monitoring, micro planning, everything. Then finally, everybody will join in this like program. Finally, I would like to suggest that like the capacity building. We have a lot of like engineer. We have a lot of school of engineering, and we can develop like recycling method or recycling technology. Learn from every country like Japan, America, then that is very, very simple. Then send our people. So many people having money for like donor agency putting money. I would suggest some of them bring to the student or to the engineer, try to benchmarking the plastic recycling technique. Even though Indonesia, there are so many small technology, I think everywhere try to burn the plastic using the appropriate. I think it is not worth. We better send the people like benchmarking and bring the technology and do it in Indonesia. I think it helps reducing the plastic waste. I think that's what I'm talking. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see now that time is running fast, so I would like to ask Dr. Yvonne if she has any further questions that she would like to raise, and after that, I think we should try to summarize, and I know also that there will be some final remarks. But Dr. Yvonne, is there any questions that you would like to raise?
Yvonne?
Thank you, Pak Arisman. I think we have a very fruitful discussion and also comment and suggestion from all among the institution and from universities. And I agree with all of your comment. I think this is a very complexity problem. Then we cannot say that only one environmental problem, but the impact, the source, and the policy maker and all the private sector actor will be involved in this problem. And also not only, but also the social science. And I think if we are talking about the changing of behavior, that is a very, very, very good idea, but we need a long term, because to change the manner, behavior is not easy day. It's not easy. And I think the important thing is also the leadership, the strong leadership to connect all the stakeholders, to connect all the actors that will be involved in this to solve the problem. Because I think this has happened in Citarum River. Before, this is very, some report has been written that Citarum River is the one of the most worst dirty river in the world. But after the local government and also the central government have a strong role intervention in this problem, so we can see that in 3 years later we have a clean Citarum River. And I think it is one of important is the strong leadership, especially in if we're talking about the province or the central, not only from the one department of ministry, but also together. I think some comment also have been given by the chatting room from, I think from Buni, they're talking about the roadmap of to make a roadmap of the whole who involved in this manner in this affair. And I think that's one. And I will also adding some science-based result that we have done. And the other things that we have also understand that because we are talking about the community changing, community behavior changing, But the other thing that we cannot change the behavior of the natural water and the direction. For example, just mentioned before that in Bali, during the monsoon, the west monsoon that happened in December, January, and February, we have very huge number of waste come from we don't know, come from anywhere in the area of Bali. But during the east monsoon that happened in June, July, in this time, so there is just a small number of debris compared with the west monsoon, and we found that a lot of garbage or a lot of litter come from the tourism activities. So maybe this we can also we can also understand the behavior of the natural behavior from also the stream, from the river to the ocean. And I think that's additional comment from me. Thank you, Marianne.
Marianne?
Sorry, my voice is, can you hear my voice?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, Ibu Ivon.
Yes, Ibu Ivon. I heard.
Sorry, yes.
Looks like Marianne, are you in? Okay.
Marianne mute.
Mute, yeah. Okay, maybe I would like to add what Ibu Ivon mentioned and also others scholars in this meeting. I think looks like we agree that multidisciplinary approach is should be one of the solution, because I remember last year when we have a local stakeholder workshop in Bandung, and then we invite all the local NGOs as well as university. There's a skeptical from the community regarding the Citarum, because a lot of project, World Bank, JICA come to Citarum. Unfortunately, until today, the approach by this kind of project is not really helpful. That's why when we come with our project, there's a big question, how come this ASIANO project give a solution for Citarum River? So I think this is a challenge for all of us. This meeting not aim to get a solution. So this is a platform to discussion with all the researchers. We look forward for collaboration with all of you with a multidisciplinary approach. I saw in the meeting there's a coming from hydrology, environmental engineering, as well as oceanography. I think it's very important, as well as social economics studies. So yeah, before we end this meeting, Marianne looks like lost. So Bu Aditya, Pak Dida already prepare for the closing, or maybe Rachel?
Yes, Pak Dida prepare for the...
Arisman.
Yeah.
Pak Arisman.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I have not yet delivered my presentation yet. So I'm waiting for if there's possibility, or you just want to close it.
Oh, Pak Agung ya?
Iya.
Okay, please Pak.
Share.
I should give you actually, yeah. If you have one slide, maybe Pak.
One slide. I have 30 slides.
Wow.
No, it's not possible.
No, it's okay. I don't think it's necessary. Okay, you have already my slide. We can close this meeting. Okay.
Yeah, sorry for because the limit of time.
Yes.
Okay. Rachel, yep. You have to synthesize the meeting, please.
Yeah, so I can keep it brief so that we're not going to run over too much on time. Marianne just had some issues with her computer, so that's why she disappeared. So I can just briefly bring out the kind of salient topics that were addressed during the discussion. So regarding the knowledge gaps, some of the main factors that have been our introductions at the beginning were the lack of standardized methodologies and good quality assurance and quality control for monitoring methods, the lack of kind of validation of those as well, and also the lack of baseline data and access to instrumentation, that's particularly for the microplastic analysis. And we also heard some mentions of monitoring of waste on land, as well as in freshwaters and the marine environment, looking into things such as seasonality and transport and fate, and then also considering some of the socioeconomic questions. We heard also that we need some further research on delaying the transfer of plastic to the kind of waste fraction, and also more of a focus on macroplastic and social science versus the microplastic, because the microplastic is becoming kind of a focus, particularly in the research sphere. So we need to kind of shift that, at least in the short term, to macro and social science, so we can deal with those problems first and then look into microplastic a little bit later on. Other research gaps include we need some more research into biodegradable polymers and their potential to act as an alternative material to some of the kind of large waste generating products, and also to consider plastic additives coming from plastic production and plastic waste as also important in terms of environmental pollution. Regarding the sources of marine plastic pollution, we had a lot of discussion about this. So really important categories appear to be household, industry, this kind of daily product packaging, food packaging, for example, sachets, and then also tourism and agriculture were mentioned. And a large proportion of these are land-based sources. So the marine sources are just from maritime and some tourism, for example, but the majority are land-based sources. A lot of these link into the municipal solid waste generation and the handling of that as well. So where there's kind of shortfalls in municipal solid waste management, that there's also potential releases to the environment. And this kind of occurs when some of the sources meet a lack of municipal solid waste collection, for example, on the small islands that were mentioned in where there's a lot of tourism. There is still this kind of discussion between urban and rural. So there's urban is a concentration of sources, but rural there's kind of a lack of municipal solid waste collection. So we need to try and figure out which is the kind of area to target for the sources to the marine environments. Regarding how to control these sources, we heard a lot about reducing the volume of waste that is produced, delaying the time for it to become waste, and then improving solid waste collection. And it was community awareness that really came up as a kind of dominant theme here. So we can't just have improvements in the waste collection, we also need a reduction in the waste generation and better awareness of how to handle the waste and what to do with it. Some initiatives that were mentioned included things such as zero waste zones and waste banks, biodigesters for individuals and communities, for example, and to strengthen the execution of the interventions that currently exist. Regarding some important actors and also actions in the development and implementation of solutions, the really important thing that came up here is educating the communities, but particularly young people. So children and students, to kind of empower them and educate them to change behaviours in how they approach waste and how they deal with their waste. Other important actors, it was stakeholders that are involved in extended producer responsibility, for example, government, NGOs, people involved in sustainable financing, waste processors, but also this link between researchers and the government really came out, and to get better coordination between researchers and then get that link to policy and government documentation, and to use kind of this process to generate a roadmap. So combining researchers and stakeholders to get this research roadmap. And finally, we heard a little bit about also taking some insights from other countries as well. So trying to get all of the international best practices and technologies to Indonesia to improve the situation. Okay, that's a synthesis there for the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Rahel. Bu Aditya?
Yeah.
We going to the closing remarks by Pak Dida, the director.
Ya.
Please.
Ya.
Yeah,
Terima kasih Pak Arisman. Monggo Pak Dida.
Thank you, Pak Arisman, also for excellent moderation from for Marina Olsen. Also, thank you for all resource person and participant join in this video conference. This is very, very useful information. We start afternoon until maybe in Papua, in Manado, or the evening. At least several points can be noted from the our video conference today. My note first, the scientific research in several areas saw an important variation in effort expended in its and method and use and the research focus. Also, the most common research focus in survey and monitor the level of plastic pollution in the coastline or the water, rivers. And also, research interest was assessed with respect to many research topics on marine plastic pollution from 3 categories at least. First, discharge of leakage of plastic into the coastal and marine environment. Second, related to methodology for study for their ecological, environmental, and socio-economic impacts. For, as you know, in the discussion, we raised regarding study for behavior, also for community awareness. And the third, for treatment of pollution by regulation and policy, including action plan, guideline, and standard. We note several points as recommended to link science with policy maker to combat marine litter. First, how to improve quality data and effective monitoring and land and sea-based source. And the second, how to compile available scientific and other relevant data and information to prepare an assessment on source, pathway, and hazard of litters, including plastic litter and microplastic pollution. Third, harmonizing monitoring, report and assess methodology, taking into account the key source of marine litter, including plastic litter and microplastics. And last but not least, it is important to promotion collaboration among relevant existing science mechanism, like we conduct forum today, to facilitate access to available scientific and data and information, also to disseminate and sharing experience related to the scientific for marine litter. Thank you for all resource person, also for participants to join in this video conference, also for our colleague from Norwegia, also with also for Center for Southeast ASEAN Study. On behalf of Director General Environment and Pollution Degradation Control, we close the meeting, and we hope we can develop collaborate with the next agenda for handle land-based pollution, especially marine litter. Thank you. See you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you,
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Pak
Thank you,
Jenal.
everyone. Terima kasih, Pak Dida, Bu Adit.
Ya, terima kasih Pak.
Arisman.
Terima kasih.
Pak Widi, Pak Jainal, all of you.
Terima kasih Pak Jainal. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Aryo.
Salam sehat semua.
Ya.